Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Greenfield City Council meeting, May 23rd. Call the meeting in order. Roll call, please, then.
Mayor White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilar,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Ortiz,
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Right. I'll entertain a motion regarding Councilwoman Martinez.
So move, Mayor.
I need a second.
Second.
Then moved in second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
No.
Is excused. Invocation, Pastor Deanna Salinas.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you, everybody here this week again. Father, we thank you today. We thank you for your goodness, your mercy, and most of all, your grace and your love, Father God. Father, we pray for this meeting today, that Father, you give these council, Father God, the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, Father God, of all the agenda that they have to discuss and deal with, Father God. I thank you, Lord, that you placed them in a place of authority, Lord, that they would be able to do what they have to do for this city, Father God. We thank you, Lord, because we know, Lord, that we can look to you for all things, Father God. And we just ask this in the name of Jesus. And everyone says, amen.
All right. Will you all please stand for the pledge? City Manager Wood, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please salute.
And pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda review.
No changes, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Public comments from the audience regarding items not on the agenda. This portion of the agenda allows an individual the opportunity to address the council on any items not on closed session, consent calendar, public hearing, and city council business. Under state regulations, no action can be taken on non-agenda items, including issues raised under this agenda item. Members of the public should be aware of this when addressing the council regarding items not specifically referenced on this agenda. Is there anyone who would like to speak to council?
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Noemi Chico. I'm an educator and a parent. So I just wanted to talk about what's going on with the cultural arts program with the Folclórico Arcoíris Cultural from Pilar Mendoza. That I just want to congratulate you guys that you have taken her under the wing, but I do expect a little bit of professionalism, because I'm already hearing a little bit of rumors going on with her, and as parents and as students from her, she's very professional. And I have a couple signatures if you want to take a look at that parents do. We know that she's very professional, and we expect from the city to have more help from you guys, from the previous lady that was so-called helping the children, which she really wasn't. So we expect a little bit more from you, and we know you guys could be able to do that, as long as everybody is respecting her as a professional teacher, dancer that she is. So our students, our children are very, they've been a part of the group for a couple of years. So we just want to let it known that she's very professional, and hopefully, like, we receive money for them, for their attire, for their shoes, for their little boots for the boys. So we just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alexia, and I'm one of the students in the Folclórico dance group. And Pilar Mendoza, she's a really great teacher. And I hope we get to have our group still, because it's really my passion and I love my culture. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience? anyone online? I don't see any. And with that, I will go ahead and close the public comment section and move to comments from city council.
I wanted to start by asking if we can have the meeting that's gonna happen at Memorial Hall in a couple of days on housing, if that can be recorded or live streamed or anything, just because, like, I myself would like to be there, but I can't. So I'm wondering if we can do that so that others can tune in that way, if that's possible. So that's kind of a request. It's
Yes,
nodding
we'll,
yes.
we'll
Okay.
see that we can do that.
Okay, perfect. And then it's sort of an announcement as well at the next meeting. I will be out of town for the next meeting, so I wanted to ask in advance if I could join that remotely.
Yeah, we can work together to make sure that happens.
Okay,
You, me and Ann.
okay, perfect. Other than that, I just wanted to address an email that we received about recognizing volunteers because it's volunteer month. And so I just wanted to say that I would like to see that happen at our next meeting so that we can do that. And then lastly, I wasn't able to be present at the swearing in of the new police officers. I don't think any of them are here, but I just wanted to say congratulations and welcome. And I look forward to working with our new officers. That's awesome.
Thank you very much. Peace.
Good evening. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to say the rec center is doing a really good job. I've been looking at all the events that you're having, trips and everything, and I just think it's really fantastic for the kids in the community to be able to do all those things. And I wish I had it when we were small, but we were digging ditches and playing in mud and eat dirt. But it's good. And let me see, I was also really happy to see the street paving map that was posted. I'm not sure who posted it. I've just seen it on my feed. And so I think it's really important for the public to know that that's going to be happening now. And that our potholes will get filled. And other than that, there's nothing else.
Great. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I wanted to thank the council for approving the $5,000 to Sober Grad at the last meeting. I know that the last few years that I've been pushing for Sober Grad to get $5,000, I got a lot of pushback. So to see that happen at this council makes me extremely happy and proud to be a part of this council. I mentioned before, I think Sober Grad's a great thing for seniors graduating. It keeps them out of the streets. It keeps them from not partying and drinking and driving and doing all the dumb stuff that we know we do at 18 years old. So that really made me happy to see you guys come together and do that when I've been pushing for this for the last few years. So thank you guys. I wanted to see if we can get a dog park update. Possibly the next meeting, even if it's like a 5-minute update. I want to know what's going on with that. And I've spoken to a few people who are wondering what's going on with that as well. I want to talk about the parks around the city. There was an incident that happened at one of the Little League games like about a month ago or so, where a teenage boy photographed a 10-year-old boy by pushing the door open and taking a picture while he was, doing his business in the stall. And it happened because the lock on the door did not lock correctly. And that was at Patriot Park. So I think it's really important that we, as a city, make sure our restrooms are up to par when it comes to privacy and things like that. I know the PD was called out that night, and whether it got settled or not, I'm not too sure. I haven't spoken to the Little League since the week after it happened. So I do want to address that. And I know that for the past year or so, we've talked about the shortage of employees, and our public works department is working with the skeleton crew. I
I think we need to push more as far as like recruiting for the city, especially for public works. I know there's a lot of positions that need to be filled. So I know we had the job fair here recently, and I'm not sure if you guys were like hosted your own table. I hope so, but I think that it should be more it should be advertised better as far like more on social media. I don't think I've seen a lot of it. I think I've seen one post within the last month. Maybe there's more that I just haven't seen, but I think we need to start pushing for that, because it's the little things like that that get, you know, that don't get taken care of because we don't have enough employees. So I think we need to really work hard on getting people into our positions available. Let's see, talking about Little League. When I did meet with them a few weeks ago, I had mentioned something. This is going to be kind of long because I want to explain what my train of thought's going. So when we had the Avila presentation and they were requesting funding to help keep their program open, I mentioned something in the comments that I made about the city donating $500 to the Little League. Bob, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I went back and looked because they mentioned to me they never received that $500. And so I wanted to see when this happened. I knew it was within the last couple of years. So it was we received the invoice dated 3/24/21. So I did make a comment that I know we paid for Little League lights and I know we had donated $500. When they told me that they did not receive the $500, I was like, where did it go? So I would like an explanation about what happened, why it was never delivered to Little League, and moving forward, how we can make sure that funding we promise to our youth organizations gets delivered. Okay, and last one, I know it's kind of long.
It's fine.
So I'm just announcing that I will be resigning from my position on the council, but not until we appoint the person, my successor. So I'm requesting that the process in which we seat my successor be put on the next agenda on June 13th. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Great. I have a few items tonight. I want to remind everyone about the housing element meeting that's this Thursday night at the Memorial Hall. The city would like feedback from residents concerning future Greenfield housing. The meeting is from 6 to 8. I understand that light refreshment will be provided at the meeting. So if you can, please come out and give us your feedback. Also wanted to announce that there's internships that are available. City of Greenfield has internships for ages 18 to 24, and Monterey County Cadre have summer internships available. Those are for ages 16 to 18. City of Greenfield contact is community engagement at cigreenfield.ca.us, and Monterey County Cadre contact is Orlando Elizondo at 415-602-6495. There's openings in IT, community engagement, and public works, and city manager's department. So, as mentioned earlier, I see the street resurfacing project is starting this week. It's going to be an inconvenience for a while, but please bear with us, be patient. We'll end up with some better streets, and it does take a while to get all this process completed. So please be patient. I heard from somebody mentioned Sober Grad, and I talked to Cynthia Zavala, who's heading that, and she's informed me that they are really in dire need of adult supervisors for the night of June the 2nd, if anyone is available. So if you're able to, give some time probably reach out to Cynthia to arrange that. And the last item I have is Monday is Memorial Day. We honor those who died while serving the United States Armed Forces. There'll be 2 services, one at each of the cemeteries with the reading of the names of the veterans who are buried in those cemeteries. The cemetery on Elm near the Catholic Church will be at 10 o'clock. Followed by the reading at Oak Cemetery at approximately 10:30. And then at 12 o'clock, there's a ceremony at the Veterans Memorial Hall across the street. There'll be a presentation there, and also at the Memorial Hall, there's a barbecue, car show, and a craft fair that afternoon. So please attend. This is a very important event. So please come out if you can. Thank you. All right, I'll move to the consent calendar. Yeah, and I will call for public comments on the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one action of the city council unless a request for removal or discussion or explanation is received prior to the time council votes on the motion to adopt. Do we have anybody that wants to pull any items?
I don't want to pull an item. I just would like it to be corrected on the consent calendar H2, the minutes of the May 9th meeting. It stated that I had made a motion for something and I wasn't there. So if we could just get that corrected, and but that was it.
I don't want to pull an item either. I just wanted to actually give recognition to the chief mixer being named, or that we're going to be approving that, and congratulate him on that.
Great. I'll entertain a motion on item H1 through H6.
So moved, Mayor.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. We will now move to mayor's presentations, proclamations, communications, and resolutions. Item I1, presentation by Central Coast Community Energy. Sophia Sherwitz.
Hello, give me a second to get my screen shared here. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sophia Schwartzky, and I am a Customer Accounts Manager with Central Coast Community Energy, or 3CE. I am so excited to be here with you this evening to highlight 3CE's recent accomplishments and plans for 2023 and beyond. So I wanted to start with a brief overview of community choice aggregation for those tuning in this evening who may be less familiar with the concept. 3CE is a community choice aggregator, or CCA, and once a community joins a CCA, the CCA will take over the responsibility for electricity procurement from the existing investor-owned utility, or IOU. The investor-owned utility will remain responsible for energy transmission, delivery, metering, and billing services. CCAs are public agencies that return revenue to the communities they serve through programs, incentives, and rebates. CCAs can assist with local job creation and prioritize clean and renewable energy in their procurement efforts. 3CE was formed in 2017, and since then, the agency has seen tremendous expansion from the Monterey Bay to the entire Central Coast. Greenfield joined 3CE in 2018. Today, 3CE is made up of 34 member agencies throughout 5 counties, serving nearly 450,000 customers. And the agency has secured over $1 billion in renewable energy and energy storage agreements, while returning $26 million to our communities. 94% of eligible customers are enrolled with 3CE, and last year alone, 3CE delivered over 5,000 gigawatt hours of electricity to our customers. In the last year and a half, 3CE enrolled Buellton, completed the enrollment of unincorporated Santa Barbara County, and welcomed Atascadero as our 34th member agency. In March, the County of SLO voted to join 3CE. There's a lot of news to report, but for tonight, I'd like to focus on the 4 major benefits promised to our communities when 3CE formed in 2017. So let me start with local control. Community choice aggregation allows local governments to have greater control over the type and cost of energy supplied to their communities to ensure these energy sources and rates reflect the community's values and goals. With 3CE, decisions about where your power comes from and how much you are charged for it are made by local elected officials. We are making progress on climate goals together as a region, and we are far ahead of both state and federal targets to decarbonize our energy supply. Greenfield shares seats on our boards with Gonzalez and Soledad. City Manager Wood, with us here tonight, represents your city on our operations board, while Gonzalez Mayor Rios represents your city on the policy board. So let's talk about rates. In March of 2022, we decoupled our rates from PG&E's and established our own rate setting procedures based on cost of service. And this resulted in an average of about 18% in savings for our residential customers. Our small and medium commercial customers saved between 2 and 19%. And we expect our competitiveness with the incumbent investor-owned utility to continue. As you can see, we have worked to keep our service affordable for our communities, and now I'd like to shift focus to our efforts to procure clean power. Today, we are at 50% clean and renewable energy, and we are on track to procure 60% clean and renewable by the year 2025, which is 5 years earlier than the goal set by the state of California. Our strategy commits 3CE to meet 100% of its demand with clean and renewable resources by the year 2030, which is an entire 15 years ahead of the same goal set by our state. 3CE is also pursuing offshore wind generation, an emerging technology in California. The auction for leases in federal waters off the Central Coast in December of 2022 was an important step in bringing these resources online. In order to achieve these goals, 3CE's procurement team has prioritized long-term contracts that bring new clean resources online as quickly as possible. To date, 3CE has executed 19 long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements. 5 of these projects came online in 2022 and add up to nearly 285 megawatts of energy generation and energy storage combined, which is about 22% of 3CE's annual load. Meeting greenhouse gas reduction goals is also about electrification, and as individuals, the biggest impact we can make to cut greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality is to replace fossil fuel vehicles with EVs and to replace the gas appliances in our homes with electric versions. As 3CE works to clean the grid, electric cars and appliances will be emissions-free in their operation, and the electricity that powers them will be 100% clean and renewable. The final 3CE commitment I am reporting on tonight is a continued investment in your community and all of the communities in our service area. This slide shows what we have accomplished over the last year. And looking more broadly over the past 3 years, 3CE has helped put more than 1,000 new and used electric vehicles on Central Coast roads by distributing more than $2 million in cash rebates paid directly to our customers. By electrifying our transportation sector, these EVs have spared more than 6,000 metric tons of regional CO2 emissions. And additionally, in collaboration with our funding partners like the California Energy Commission, 3CE has delivered rebates that will help build more than 1,000 new electric vehicle charging stations for our region. We've also paid to make more than 2,000 new affordable housing units all electric, and that support continues. 3CE's residential customers are eligible for rebates towards electric vehicles, EV chargers and installation, electric appliances, and the construction of electric accessory dwelling units. 3CE also has programs aimed at helping our member agency partners advance fleet electrification, fleet charging infrastructure, and staying up to date with the building codes that advance electrification. 3CE also has business-friendly programs designed to upgrade ag equipment, electrify farm worker housing, and to install DCFC Level 3 chargers. 3CE also provides additional Electrify Your Ride and Electrify Your Home rebates to our income qualified customers. And Greenfield community members have been taking advantage of our Electrify Your Ride program, and our agency has distributed over $6,000 in cash rebates paid directly to these residents. So if you were interested in learning any more about the programs featured on the previous slides, you could head to 3cenergy.org. And if you were wanting more information on any of the member agency programs I mentioned, I'd love to get you in touch with the City of Greenfield's account manager, Judy Young. With the continued support of the Greenfield City Council, city staff, and community, 3CE will continue to deliver innovative solutions, impactful programs, exemplary service, and clean and renewable energy. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions from council? I do not see any. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item I2, presentations, Greenfield Recreational Department.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jesus Perez. I'm the Recreation Manager for the City of Greenfield, and I'm here to give you all a presentation on everything that we have going on here at the Recreation Department here in Greenfield. So recreation programs, this is just an overview of our youth programs and our adult and senior programs that we run here in Greenfield. So for youth, we have flag football. This is a program that we're currently doing registrations for. Junior Giants program. This registration just closed for this program. These are both summer programs as well as a summer day camp. We're also taking registrations for our summer day camp as well. Art programs. These are programs that we have at the Greenfield Cultural Arts Centers. They're grant funded. We had great success, great participation rate on those three programs. And we also have at the Art Center Folklorico and ballet. Bike riding program is another program that we have for our youth, as well as softball that we just started this year. It's one of our new programs, and rec basketball. Adult and senior programs that we run currently are senior and bingo arts and crafts. Those are done at the Los Ositos. And we are going to be also doing those at the community center at Patriot Park. Zumba in the morning and afternoon sessions for our adults and seniors as well. This could technically be considered a youth program as well, because we do have some high schoolers and middle schoolers that attend whenever they're on vacation or something. They go with their parents. And also our senior fitness program. This is a very successful program that we also just started this year. And on average, we serve about 10 to 15 and at times even 20 seniors that show up to this program. So I'll start off first with winter programs, more of an overview of how this program works. This is our youth basketball league that we run 6 to 8 weeks usually. We started doing 6 weeks, but now we're trying to do all our programs as 8-week programs. This year we actually had a girls only division. So we have boys and girls only divisions. And one of our mayor pro tem was actually coaching one of our girls only teams as well. Oh no, you were actually coaching a boys team, we're correct? Yes. Yeah, sorry about that. I guess that's what I wanted. So yeah, we actually had a good amount of girls participating in this league. And I'll take the time to announce if there's any parents that participated in this league. The pictures are ready for pickup at the community center at Patriot Park. So you can stop by and pick those up. We serve 90 to 160 kids. So this year we actually reached higher than that. We went a little over 170. So that was, to me, is just such a great turnout, such a great success for our department. And we want to thank the Greenfield High School and the Greenfield Memorial Hall because they allow us to have the space to run this program in the winter. Spring programs, like I mentioned, the Youth Ladies Softball League. This is a new league that we just started this year. The registration numbers weren't that high, but I was very happy that we managed to start this program. We had a lot of parents that that believed in us. They were like, "Oh, Greenfield softball, they don't have that. We're just going to sign up in other cities." We're hoping to bring a lot of more kids next year now that they know that we made this a reality. And, again, I want to thank our Mayor Pro Tem because she threw the first pitch on our first game. And we were having our games in South County softball fields. So King City, Soledad, Gonzales, and our home games were here at the high school. So again, thank you to the Greenfield High School because they're a great partner. Some of our year-round programs that we have going on, and this is happening at the Greenfield Cultural Arts Center, is our beginners ballet program. This serves up to 20 to 25 kids per program. We started accepting such a large amount of kids because our instructor, she's great. She just said, let's bring in more kids. But we've actually toned it down a little bit just because it is a little difficult, especially with the younger age group. So we serve up to max 20. And that's something that we've just decided to do going forward. But we have served up to 25 kids per session at the Greenfield Cultural Arts Center. So what you can see up here, the pictures in the bottom are actually at the art center. So this program at one point was happening at the community center in Patriot Park. But now that we're doing more activities at the art center, we transferred this program to the art center. So it's a very popular program. This is another one of our new programs that we have. And Folklorico is very popular here in Greenfield. We absorbed the program due to some funding issues that First Night was having with this class. And for me it was great to know that the city could absorb this program. I know we had a mom who gave a comment, that she expects a lot of good things from us, from our department, and we are working on it. We will be purchasing the dresses for our dancers, and that's actually something that's been happening this week in the classes. Is they're getting measured so that they have the right size dress, and our dancers will have what they need. And this is happening at the Cultural Arts Center. So it's we got a lot of activities going on there right now. Another program that runs year round is Zumba. This is a very popular program amongst the ladies. We have had some gentlemen, arrive to the class as well. But our adults love this program. We have this program Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8 a.m. in the morning. And our evening sessions are Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. And it's open to all youth, seniors, and adults. And this takes place at the community center at Patriot Park. Some of our other programs that usually go year round are our senior programs. Bingo Arts and Crafts is open to all seniors. Los Ositos, their community room, they allow us to accept anybody who wants to participate in these programs. And they are twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays at Los Ositos. We've also at times invited them over to the community center at Patriot Park. And this is just such a great program. Our seniors just love, having things to do here in the city. And the fact that we can go visit the Lositos and that we can invite other seniors to participate is just a good feeling for us, because for a while seniors didn't have much to do here. Now there's a lot. So senior fitness is also something that's happening at the community center. Like I mentioned, we usually serve around 10 to 15 seniors every Tuesday and Thursday at the community center in Patriot Park. Now I'll move on to grant funded programs. This is through the California State Park Outdoor Equity Grant Program. I had the pleasure of assisting Jose Sanchez, our science workshop director, in the receivement of this grant funding for some programs. Earlier, Councilmember Ortiz, you mentioned field trips and a lot of that good stuff. So a lot of that's being done by Jose at the science workshop. And right now I'll be talking about what the rec department is doing through this grant. So I'll start with the Avatar Arts programs. This is a program that serves kids from 1st all the way to 12th grade. So 5 to 18-year-olds. There's a Beat the Odds program, which is a musical drumming class. It's really awesome. And developing artistic identity. Kids are just exploring, and there's a lot of drawing and painting going up. All of these projects that they are working on are based on nature and the outdoors. And we've served up to 20 kids per program. And this is actually a program that went from January all the way to this month. It just concluded our grant cycle in May, and it's happening at the Greenfield Cultural Arts Center. And we will be bringing these programs back in the fall. We also, through the Outdoor Equities Grant Program, have our park cleanup task force. We are required to conduct 24 annual park cleanups during each grant period. And we had the pleasure to employ local high school students, and we recruit volunteers for each park cleanup. I included these pictures that you're seeing here because to me, this was one of our most successful park cleanup that we had at Patriot Park, where we had over 20 people show up. We had, of course, our high school staff, but we had over 10 high school volunteers. So it was just such a great turnout. And we are going to be finishing up park cleanups for the grant period in the end of this month. Another program that we do through the Outdoor Equity Grants Program is our free bike riding program. We will be resuming this in the fall as well. This is a 4 to 6 week program where we try to do a bike ride once to twice a week at Patriot Park. This program is really fun. Just having the kids show up and just bike ride around Patriot Park. We used to take them through town. It's been very popular, and it serves kids ages 10 and up. And we've had up to 15 participants in a bike ride, which is a lot of work to handle, especially when we would go through town. But we had a lot of fun. We have a great staff, and we can't wait for this to resume as well. Before I move on to summer programs, I just wanted to see if there was any questions in the meantime, because my slideshow is pretty long. If not, I'll just continue.
I have one question.
Yes.
Going back to the biking program.
Mhm.
Do you guys teach like bike safety in that program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So in this last, if I want to call like this last season that we had, session that we had, our instructors would show the kids bike safety, especially since we were to go through town. So, how to properly do their turn signals and, staying in the bike lane, not riding at the wrong direction because, we made sure that they knew all the safety guidelines and that the kids knew as well. So that is something that we, when riding through town, we make sure that all the kids know the safety rules.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do they have all their own safety equipment as far as helmets? Do they have to have their own or do you?
Yeah, so, thankfully, we work with the Community Science Workshop with this program. So aside from helmets that we have available for the kids that were donated through the science workshop, we also get bikes. The bikes that we have used in past sessions, if they don't have their own bike, the science workshop helps us get these participants a bike. Yeah. And they're also going to be doing the bike repairs as well. So this bike program is, we one of our biggest partners is the science workshop.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right, so I'll move on to summer programs. I know I mentioned earlier, this Junior Giants program is very popular. It's an 8-week free program for the community. It's entirely funded by the Giants organization. They provide us with the equipment that we need, not just the sporting equipment, but just everything from like software, to register kids and communicate with parents. The flyers that we distribute, the banners, it's such a great program. It's so popular. Last year we did 160, and this year we already closed the registrations at 200. So that shows that the community really love this. And I think Little League would agree that this helps them out a lot, because there's a lot of kids out there like, oh, I don't know if I know how to do baseball. So this is like this could even be a stepping stone program for their league. And I know that I've seen that they had a higher participation rate this year. So I was happy that, through Junior Giants, a lot of kids got exposed to a new sport because it's free of cost, and that it's helping other programs grow. So, this to me is an important program. And, kudos to our assistant recreation coordinator, Galilea, for bringing this program in. And yes, registrations is now closed, unfortunately. But next year, people should register a lot sooner, because this is a very popular program for the summer. And we still need volunteer coaches. So just in case anyone out there has a child registered, who please volunteer. Youth flag football. This is another 8-week program. We run this at the Greenfield High School, and practices take place at the soccer complex here at Pictured Park. And currently we have over 100 kids registered. That is actually our highest number that we've ever had as well. So just another one of the accomplishments that our departments had. And for this program, kudos to our recreation coordinator, Adam Barcenas, who's doing such a great job with this program. I remember when we first started this, it was hard to get volunteers. So even I was like refereeing some of the games, and I coached a team at one point as well. I like football, but I'm not too savvy. But this program has grown so much because the community gets involved, and just the fact that in the same season as Junior Giants, we have 100 kids registered for this. It shows that, the kids want to have fun. They want things to do, and, that we're doing our job, providing a good program. And thank you to the high school again, because we use their facility and we appreciate it. Another one of our summer programs, we're currently taking registrations for this program as well. It's our youth summer camp. Kids get to show up, use our, the park and the community center are their playgrounds. It's like school, but more fun. There's arts and crafts. We have computers where they get to do some educational games. We have movie days. There's days where we just focus on a specific sport and teach them how to play a certain sport. We also sometimes have them join in on the dancing fun with Zumba and all that, and we've also had other partners, other nonprofits that have, came in and then did some work with our campers. Being this community science workshop again, they've had science days in the past, and hopefully we could have some science days again. But we also have the Ventana Wildlife Program, they come in on the last 2 weeks, and sometimes they take some of our campers out to like field trips and all that. So there'll be more information on that will be posted on our social media. But this is registration's open now. So parents, if you're hearing, sign your kids up for this program. It's from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So it's like going to school, but like I mentioned, it's a fun summer experience for our youth. Special events, the Greenfield Recreation Department plans and coordinates the following events: Christmas in the park, Easter in the park, movies in the park and at movies at Memorial Hall. The market at the gazebo is another thing that we oversee, and our bi-weekly senior food drive that we do in partnership with the Community Science Workshop. So I have some pictures on here of some of those events. We bring in pretty large crowds, and we've had success with these events that are much needed in our community. I wanted to include this slide because it always surprises me as to, how many parents and youth say, where is the community center at Patriot Park? And especially our kids that live on the east side of town. They're like, where's that? Like, I don't know what that is. So, we've done presentations at some of the schools and we always include this slide now so that kids know what Patriot Park looks like and where it's located and all that. So we're at 1351 Oak Avenue, Greenfield, California, 93927. I don't think I needed to say that, but it's on the slide. I'm sorry. Yeah. So where else do we run programs? Like I mentioned earlier, we have several programs at the Greenfield Cultural Arts Center. We have the Avatar Arts programs there, Folklorico and ballet. At the Greenfield Veterans Memorial Hall, we have our Winter Youth Basketball and family movie nights. With family movie nights, we stopped in November, but we will be returning hopefully in July. I need to plan those out because they are a lot of work, but we want to keep them going. And we want to start sooner now that we have access to the Veterans Memorial Hall. So thank you to the veterans for supporting the recreation department in the city and allowing us to use their space. Other community center programs and services, the Greenfield Community Center, we also host various programs like Door to Hope. They provide services for 0 to 5-year-olds, like early learning, 0 to, like First 5, they're funded by First 5. It's like going to preschool for 2 hours. So it helps the children a lot with their development. Karate classes, we have Carrillo Karate Dojo. Resource days for families that have kids with special needs through the Special Kids Connect, which those are free programs. And citizenship readiness classes, English literacy, Spanish classes, GED programs through the Gonzalez Adult School, which those are free as well. And I know I don't have it on this slide because I know Fabiola is going to bring this up in her slides later, but there's also a lot of cool senior programs that are being done through the community outreach department here in Greenfield that Fabiola is overseeing, which is, they're great programs that are also happening at the community center. I wanted to do also a budget overview because I know the other departments are doing that as well today. So our actual expenditures for the fiscal year 2021 and 22 was $424,555. Our current estimated expenses for this fiscal year are $573,516, and our estimated expenses for 2023, 2024 are $654,309. Our funding sources are the general fund, which that includes cannabis revenues as well, and Measure VNT funds. The recreation department has seen a 30% increase in fiscal year 22-23 and is expecting a 14% increase the following year. So that's a 44% increase since fiscal year 21-22. And as you can see, these budget increases have helped us bring more programs and hire the staff that we need to keep these programs going. So now that I'm talking about future programming, the Recreation Department plans to bring back and implement the following programs in the following fiscal year. An after-school program. This has been a pilot program that we've ran for 2 years, the 21, 22. We haven't done it this year, but it was very popular. We just didn't have the staffing for it. But as you can see some pictures in the bottom, we have kids from elementary school all the way to high school that come in to use our computer lab, to do homework, just to hang out. You know, it's a great space that we have at the community center for kids to just, you know, find a safe zone to do all things that are either academic, you know, to just fun, you know, because we have a lot of activities that they can do in there as well. Aside from the after school program, we have the video game club, which was another pilot program. We did this last year in the fall, and early this year we finalized it. But as you can see, there's this big picture on there that shows how packed that Zumba hall got with kids that were playing video games. So we know it's needed. You know, we have staff to keep this going. So that is what we'll be investing in, is to keeping these programs going. And now that we have the Greenfield Cultural Arts Center, you know, we also want more art programs. Those would include sculpting, photography, and graphic design. I also have this page so that our community knows to follow us on Facebook. We're Greenfield Recreation Department. On Instagram, we're at Greenfield_recreation. And our office phone number is 831-304-0150. If anybody wants to register for programs and see what we have going on, they can scan the QR code that's on the screen. That'll take you to Team Sideline, which is how we do online registrations and where we promote what's coming throughout the year. So if you just tuned in, you could always just look at this presentation again on Facebook Live or on the city website, and you can scan our QR code. If not, just go visit us at the community center at Picture Park, follow us, and all the QR codes for all our programs would be there as well. And I believe that is the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Questions from council?
I don't have any questions. I do have a couple comments though. I just want to say thank you for all that you and your team do. You guys do an amazing job, and every single, sport that I'm out there, because my kids are there. You guys are very professional, very willing to help, very willing to just, give that positive feedback to any kids that come up to you guys. Jose, at the science workshop, you and your team do amazing work. I feel so fortunate to be in Greenfield, because I know that not only do you service our little community, but you guys go out of your way to service the, sister communities in our area as well. So thank you for everything you and your team do. I do want to ask to see the Cultural Arts Center. I haven't been there since like before COVID. So I'd like to see how it's set up today. Well, not today, but like how it's set up.
No, yeah, we can schedule a visit.
Okay. Yeah. And then I also want to say to the high school kids that help out as well, like they're amazing. And I know like especially in flag football, they are reffing, they're, helping, coaching sometimes. And I do see some parents get crazy with them because they didn't like the call they made or whatever. So a recommendation I would have is just to make sure that if they are reffing on the field, that they are pre-trained. Because I know that my son, my oldest, when he was still senior and he was helping, he gets like in this zone where he knows everything about football because he plays, right?
Yeah.
And the coach was explaining like, no, that's not correct, but he didn't want to hear it. So like, don't get me wrong. I appreciate that they're out there and they're helping and they're putting their time into, but I'm just saying from like me seeing my son, not wanting, to
Yeah.
listen to the rules or whatever and kind of make his own, because he didn't get training. He just went out there.
He
and
went
I
out
can
there,
do it.
yeah,
Yeah.
got his hours and helped us out, which we appreciate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this year, especially with our younger volunteers, we will be having our recreation coordinator, Adam Barcenas, he will be doing
A little
a
training. for
training
them.
with
Oh,
with
perfect.
all our volunteers
Yeah, I just,
that are going to help officiate, because there's a big difference from football, like competitive football,
To
and
flag.
NFL flag
yeah.
rules. They're different.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the only comment I would make on that. But other than that, I love to see them out there too, volunteering their time, giving back to their community that gave to them. So that's awesome. And let's see, and I do want to mention that all of these programs are great feeder programs to what they're going to see later, whether it be at the middle school or whether it's at the high school or even beyond. Like, this is their foundation that they're building, and you guys are helping build that foundation. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for all you guys do.
No, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, not a question, just a comment as well. Just, I mentioned when I first was appointed up here about going to visiting the rec center, or the community center, and meeting you then and just being really surprised about the programs and realizing that I was super ignorant about what we offer our youth here. And even since being up here, we hear it all the time, Greenfield doesn't have enough for the kids. And of course, like any community can always do more, but I just want to recognize the growth that you shared with us. That's amazing. That's an amazing reflection of like really good hard work that's being done there. So you guys definitely all deserve kudos for that work. And then your projected growth, just with what you've shared of how it has grown, you're probably going to blow that out of the water. And I just want to say that's great. And for our, residents that feel like we don't have enough programs, I would say, first get informed like I did to find out that there's actually a lot more than you might think. But also that as parents and community members, we can always reach out and try to pitch an idea and start a program that we feel may be missing, and I would really encourage more people to do that, because I feel like I myself could have done that too. Like, well, I want, some type of arts programming or whatever. And I just think that what you guys are doing is great. I just want to just.
Thank you. Yes, and I do encourage any community member, any parent that wants to see something new or that wants to get informed, like the slide that I included where we're located. They could call this phone number and we can work together to make all the programs that they'd like to see a reality.
I have a question. So are all these programs free?
No, not all our programs are free. The ones that are free are grant funded programs through the California State Parks, which includes our bike riding program, our Avatar Arts program, and I did say bike riding program already, right? Okay, bike riding program, Avatar Arts program, and also our parks cleanup, which helps us keep our parks clean. And also our senior programs are free.
Okay. But I would like to say they are affordable. My boys participate in the programs and they're affordable. You're not paying an arm and a leg to get them in. So I like that our city has kept it affordable for our kids in the community.
I think the fact that you have such a high amount of registrations really shows the good job that you guys are all doing. And I think it's really important that you have that really good rapport with the kids and the parents, and it keeps them coming back. I would like to see maybe something for smaller children, more like toddlers, maybe some programs for toddlers that parents can go and maybe exercising. My great granddaughter, she goes to a gym, but in the other valley, and pay a lot to go, but it really helps her because she's an only child, and so now she's actually being able to, get familiar with other kids and learn how to share and do things like that. So I think, I haven't seen anything, for smaller children, might maybe something that you can possibly think of doing in the future.
Yeah, currently the city, we sponsor and house Door to Hope. They do
Okay.
play groups for toddlers, 0 to 5 year olds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as like a toddler's fitness type thing, I'd never seen that, but you could send me that information. That'd be great. Maybe we can do something.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
send it to you.
Yeah.
It's really, I think where she goes, probably each class has about 30 kids. So it's really, I mean, they pay, but at the same time, if we could get something like that for
Yeah.
toddlers and
Door to Hope used to be First Five, right?
I believe they're still currently funded by
Okay,
First Five.
so-
Yeah.
I used to take my youngest
Mhm.
there and they did outside activities as well
Yeah.
as the inside activities. So they had the space, we went outside and took them to the park and ran around the grass. So they do have that type of program. Yeah, where it's kind of a preschool setting, but a free like preschool setting. They're not, there's no like academic structure.
Yeah.
But there are little stations that they're allowed to go to, and then there's outside time, and then there's snack time. Is that still currently how it's ran? Pretty
Yeah.
much?
Yeah. That's still how the group experience looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really important because it's not only for the children, but when you're a first-time parent, mental health.
Yeah.
Especially when you get those terrible twos, it's like really bad. That's where my great granddaughter's at now, and it's like takes 5 of us. Prior to being on the council, I did not know that we're offering so much, that the city was offering so much. And now being up here, I'm starting to see and, becoming more involved and just kudos to you guys because you're doing a really good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. I'm really happy to see all the growth in the programs. How many of these programs did we have like 5 or 6 years ago before?
We only had Zumba and youth soccer
Okay.
And the
And-
play group.
and which is a city sponsored program, but not necessarily like ran by the rec department. So yeah, there's been
So
quite
pretty
the-
limited.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that a lot of these programs are funded by cannabis and B&T? I think. Is it?
Definitely the sales tax. I mean, when those measures were passed, 5 or 6, well, longer than that ago, it did stipulate it was to be paid, it was to be used for public safety, for code enforcement and for recreation.
Okay.
So there is a lot of money that goes in, but there's a lot of general fund money that goes into it too.
So,
And
mean-
that includes cannabis.
and then, because that growth in the budget, it looks, that's pretty rapid growth and pretty fast advancement there. So happy to see all those programs coming along. So if you know of anybody that's looking for something for their kids to do or their seniors to do, reach out to our rec department. They're doing a great job. So thank you very much for your presentation, Jesus. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Oh, okay. We do have one public comment. Gabby, go ahead. Gabby, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to those that are involved and contributing to making these programs and activities possible. These activities and programs definitely bring joy to the children and members in our community. I myself go to these programs and activities that they do. I'm just wondering, is there a website or social media page that gets updated with current activity times and dates? And then also, just out of curiosity, and I'm sure that there's other community members that also wonder, and that's because we always bring it up. Regarding the funding, are you able to share how much the cannabis tax dollars or money, how much they're contributing to the funds or the yearly expenditures of the programs? And that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
So you want to go ahead with the first part first?
Yeah. So just to respond to the first part, right now on the page that we're seeing, the slide, it shows our social media for Facebook, Instagram, and the QR code that you can scan for the website where you could find out about our current registrations and programs. So that is the best place to find all this information that I had on the slideshow about all our programs and events. You'll find it on our social media. We're very good with having somebody post at all times of the day.
And related to the cannabis revenues, we need to remember that cannabis revenues by statute is basically to be going into the general fund. The general fund is a place where everything where there is no specific mandate of any kind goes, which means basically it's the largest pot of money that we've got, and it's where almost all of the services are paid from. So to the extent that that recreation department is not funded by the sales tax measures, which I believe we actually do have a number there. It's probably a third to a half of all of the recreation funding gets paid for from sales tax. The other 2/3 to 1/2 is paid for by the general fund, which includes cannabis money. So that's not specifically set aside for anything, and it can't be by law.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for that explanation. All right, any other comments from the public or online? Seeing none, I will thank you, Jesus, for your presentation. It was very thorough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to item I3, Department Budget Presentation 2023-2024 fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While Ed is pulling up the presentation that we've got, I just want to say thank you, Jesus. This is a great job, and keep going, keep adding those programs.
Thank you.
What this current item is we've received, staff is populating the council chambers here today. And what this really is it's a budget presentation. You'll be getting some numbers the same way that Jesus presented his. What did we spend on in these departments last year, this year, and then what we are proposing for a budget, although it isn't actually a budget yet because it hasn't been proposed to council yet. It is where we're headed as far as funding for each of the departments. Ed, if you could move to the next slide. So what we're planning for is a balanced budget for the entire year for all departments. And that's a good thing. We're well on our way to getting there. It's not exactly there yet, but we'll be there in the next week or so. We would like to hold a public workshop that would probably be held, I'm thinking of next Thursday, the 1st of June, probably would be 2 to 3 hours here in the council chambers. We could have alternate dates if you desire. And then what we do is we would talk about more in depth regarding the numbers that you'll see tonight. The numbers are just a small part of what you'll see tonight. We still need to finalize capital projects that we want to propose to council, and then obviously get your input as to capital projects that you'd like to see if we're not listing them. We'd like to make an initial presentation to City Council on June 13th of the actual budget, all tied out with everything involved, with the possibility of adoption that night. And if needed, if we can't come to an agreement on the 13th, we would have a secondary presentation, much shorter, if it's needed, on June 27th with possible adoption. Just a note, we do need to adopt this prior to July 1, or else that's our new fiscal year. If we can't come to an agreement before then, we won't have funds to run the city. So we've done this in the past, and it really hasn't been much of a difficult situation to get things passed. Okay. So with that, I would like to, what we've got tonight is staff coming up to present. 3 to 5 minutes, I think is what we said, if you can do it. I had a very strict accounting template for them to do. I wanted them each to present 3 slides. One of them had the numbers on it, kind of like Jesus had. One with what they've accomplished this year, and then one with what they hope to accomplish next year. What you'll see is something a little more creative by almost everyone. And it's probably a very, very good thing. So they're coloring outside the lines, and it's probably a good thing. So let's move forward, Ed, with our first department.
Hi, good evening, council and mayor.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me. So I will try to get this done in 3 to 5 minutes. It's very short. So you'll notice a couple of scattered pictures because I was trying to throw in as many as possible. So they might not make sense on the page they're on. So I am Fabiola Lopez, the coordinator of the community engagement department. So you'll see a couple pictures of our senior social. And each of these pictures here will show, I'll explain a little bit more of the different activities that we have. These pictures show, for example, memorial artwork, some resin jewelry was being made, the May 2023 senior social, the nutrition workshops that we have. This particular one is the what was called the Green Goddess Dressing and Veggie Snack Mindful Walking Group at the gazebo, and again a senior social picture. So the nice thing about these programs is that they're very they're free for seniors, and they're also very hands-on. You'll notice the nutrition workshop, seniors are able to taste and see, what they can make. The goal of that one is to show healthy eating habits on a budget. So that's very important, of course, for our community, our senior community, who's on a fixed income for the most part. The memorial artwork, same thing. They're very engaged. They get to learn some new skills. For example, they learned about how to do resin jewelry. Another art class shows them how to sew, how to use a sewing machine, how to craft, crochet. So it's just amazing how fun and active each of these workshops are. The actual expenditures for 2021, 2022 up to now, you'll see a decrease, and I'll explain why. For 2021, 2022, most of that fund was because of the ERAP, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which then we got around 2 of that, of Emergency Rental Assistance Program Part 2. And it has decreased because those were largely grant funded, and we're not working on those grants anymore. We're actually closing those out. And the projected budget for 2023-2024 is the budget estimate is $515,392, and I'll share a little bit about what we've done and what we hope to accomplish in the next fiscal year. So some of our key accomplishments this year was the completion of rent and utility grant disbursements for ERAP 1 and 2, the establishment of 11 monthly senior social events, meaning the calendar month had 11 options. Some of them were duplicates on different days, but they had a full calendar to choose from. This is not an updated slide. Sorry about that. So those monthly events include the tech class, memorial art, nutrition, the walking groups, and the senior social. And I feel like I'm missing one more. So there's some more pictures here where they're able to get the instruction from the instructors, and also the tech workshop where they learned how to use their smartphones. So it was a very fun class. The establishment of the youth council, we're working on great training program where they'll be able to learn a little bit more about city government. We have a calendar for each of you and the staff, the directors, where these youth council members will be able to, the commissioners will be able to interview you and learn a little bit more about each department head and the council members to gain leadership skills and also just to feel ownership of their position on the youth council. The establishment of an internship program. We're also including a pretty dynamic training program in partnership with Hartnell College, the workforce development department. So we've also secured a housing stability grant, as well as an emergency shelter. It's technically called emergency food and shelter grant, which would provide motel vouchers. Along with this, what we've done is we've submitted various grant applications, submitted a total of 8 this year, which do require a lot of work. And of course, that's working together with with the departments who need the grant. For example, police department, fire department, community engagement department, and with the help of of Jake, the grant writer. Many of those are still in progress, but some of them have been already approved, and we're waiting for the disbursement portion of it, which also requires a lot of training on the guidelines. For the job fairs, we did support the planning and promoted the 2 very successful job fairs, one in January and one in May. And I did check just to make sure we did post them. We posted them 4 times for the May one, but we'll make sure that I know that we do need to get better about raising awareness for these. So thanks for that advice. I wish my pictures were here, but I think I updated them too late. Some of the key initiatives for the next fiscal year are fully activating the youth council with the 7 participants. At the moment, we're still promoting it and waiting for applications. Implementing the housing stability grant program, which is designed to assist families with deposit assistance to get into stable housing. Implementing the emergency food and shelter program that is actually specifically for those who are currently unsheltered, homeless, for motel vouchers. So we'll be promoting that as soon as we get, so we've been approved for those funds, but the reason it'll be implemented the next fiscal year is because we're waiting for the funds and the direction. Also, fully activating the internship program. We're hoping to, although we've already started this program, we hope that it'll increase in capacity as well. Also, we're planning to apply for digital literacy grant, which would not only be for seniors, but any adult who needs any digital literacy workshops. Something that I added to my other grant, my other slides was just included some pictures of the youth forum to help promote the youth council, which thank you, Mayor White and Chief Mixer. It was a very successful interaction with the youth to promote this youth council. We're also partnering with LFC, Loaves, Fishes, and Computers, in case we don't get that digital literacy grant, we hope to partner with them in providing at least some digital literacy programs for adults. So that's also in the works. We're also working on the planning of festivals, such as the Harvest Festival 2023. And And we hope to begin some music in the park. That would begin sometime this summer. Yeah, and that's it for me.
It was close to 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Not very, but close. Thank you.
Thanks. Is this it? Do I ask for questions or?
Well, we can do questions now. We can do it at the end. Either way, it's really up to council. You've got a few other people that can be presenting as well, so you can do it now.
Why don't we do them at the end?
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Bob.
you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Sergeant Gutierrez with Police Department. So I'm here to give you a short and brief presentation of what we've been doing this year and we hope to do in the future. So before you see our financial snapshot, as all of you and most of us at home are experiencing, is the cost of that we're all experiencing with the rise of doing business. So that's our actual expenditure for the fiscal year last year, 2021-22, which is 6.5 million. Our current estimate for fiscal year 2022-2023 is 6.75 million. And our budgeted estimate for the next fiscal year 2023-2024, 7.2 million. A lot of this is attributed again to the cost of doing business, the cost of fuel, salary, equipment, training, and our vehicles. As you all are very familiar with, we are a 24/7, 365-day operation. So these vehicles and our officers are constantly on the street. So that's our financial projected snapshot, excuse me. So accomplishments for this year, the next slide. So we are very proud that we have decreased violent crime. And a lot of this has been attributed to our precision policing and targeting the criminals who we believe are responsible for most of the crime. A lot of that has to do with some of the stuff that we do with our partnerships with parole, probation, doing parole compliance checks, probation checks, and also with building our strengthened community relationships with our state, local, and federal partners. We're part of the South County Task Force. So that also helps with a lot of our directed enforcement that we do. We also do this because we're very big on community policing. We have strong relationships with our church, our religious groups, and our students and community schools and community groups as well. Some of the things we've done is we've made presentations at Holy Trinity Church. So we've worked really well with our religious groups. If you and the members and residents at home follow us on our Facebook page, we're very active with our schools. We go to Vista Verde, we go to our career fairs, and we're very involved. And anytime we get invited by our schools to participate in any type of event or training, we make it a point to attend those. Some of the things that we were able to acquire this year is grants from state, local, and our federal partners. POST, which is the Commission of Police Officers and Standards and Training. This year, we were able to recover over $50,000 in reimbursement for training. So that's one of the things we were able to do. We also received grants from our federal partners, the South Monterey County Task Force. That covers some of our two officers that are assigned to the task force received their overtime and covered, as well as training in certain cases. So again, our goal is to continuously try to improve our partnerships with these local, state, and federal agencies and increase our necessary training. We've been able to do de-escalation training to our officers. That's a big topic in the last couple of years to train our officers in de-escalation techniques. Active shooters is a big training. We've hosted 2 active shooters this year, this past fiscal year for our department. And we're currently working with our federal partner, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and sending additional officers to active shooter training as well. And always working to provide the best public service we possibly can to our residents and our community. So some of the things that we're looking at for the future is we're currently in contracts with Axon, And we're looking at a cloud-based record management system, and that would also facilitate the communication between other agencies and the district attorney's office as well, who uses Axon for their record management system. So we're very happy with that. We also are currently seeking grant funding for a communication tower in the city of Greenfield. Some of the things that we experience inside certain buildings, especially at the high school, we do have limited to no radio reception. So we do have some dead spots inside the building, as well as certain parts of the city. We do experience radio failure where we're unable to communicate with dispatch and with other officers. So some of the things one of the things we're seeking at is grant funding to add a tower to strengthen that communication network. Another thing is we're always looking to increase our presence and continue our programs within the schools. And we're also committed to finding alternative ways to keep our youth out of the criminal system. So we're very much in support of the restorative justice system for young offenders. Chief Mixer sits on a community board for restorative justice, and Officer Dials as well is a member of one of those community restorative justice member boards as well. And we're always working well with Sun Street Centers, which also is in our schools, and we do a lot of referrals that way through Sun Street so that we try to, as best as possible, to keep our youths out of the criminal justice system and find alternative ways to get them the resources and the help and the training that they need. One of the things that we're also looking at for the future is we applied for a grant in January with the Office of Traffic Safety. That grant, hopefully we'll hear in the next few months if we'll receive it. If we'll receive that grant, that'll go into effect in October of this year. That'll help supplement costs for officers, send officers to training, advanced traffic collision training. We hope to send officers to the instructor courses so that they can teach our officers in-house, which will also help offset some of the cost of training. We're looking to send officers to become drug recognition experts on the field, and it'll also provide money to help with public safety trainings for bike safety in our schools. We'll be able to do DUI checkpoints, directed patrol enforcement for DUI enforcement, and helps offset some of that cost and overtime costs for our officers. So we're hoping to secure that grant as well. Some of the other things that we do, we're in the active recruiting process of identifying and selecting a second school resource officer. Currently, we have one school resource officer. We're actively in the recruitment phase for the second one. That school resource officer will be assigned to Vista Verde Middle School and assist Officer Dials in the high school as well. We're also looking to add a traffic safety officer as well. So those are some of the things that we're looking to do in the next fiscal year. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. We'll do questions after. Again,
Thank you very much.
valiant attempt at 5 minutes. I'm still looking for my first 5-minute presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. We're going to keep this definitely to 3 minutes here. Okay, just a quick overview of our financials. Fiscal year 21-22, we had a operating budget of $2,138,672.61. And this year, we're projected to be $2,327,672.90. But what you will see is our proposed. So you're going to see actually over $1 million in there, and that's significant. And I wanted to point that out to you. Obviously, I probably don't need to do that because I'm sure you already saw it. But I wanted to give you a little bit of background as to why you're seeing that increase. One, as it was pointed out with the police department, just the costs are going up. So certainly fuel is something for us as well. There's also, they've gone through a MOU. Our labor union has gone through an MOU. So there were some wage increases. And then in addition to that, we've got new positions in there. There's 2 full-time positions in there where they're going to be funded for the entire year, not just the partial year. In addition to that, we're actively participating in the county, or actually the statewide mutual aid system. So we are sending folks on strike teams, and we sent one out during the first flood. And you're going to see that in the budget this year. And that's actually, it's pretty expensive. But what is important to remember is that that is 100% reimbursable. So we get all that money back. And in fact, it's even fair to say we make a little bit of money on that, because any of the backfill that is covered in overtime, basically that position is free while it's being backfilled. And then the use of our apparatus and equipment is also paid for as well in a payment. In addition to that, we put in a grant for a resiliency officer that's going to, if we're awarded it, it's going to be a 5-year grant that will fund a person that will be in charge, I guess, in simplest terms, of like disaster preparedness and fire prevention. And we've coupled a few other grants in there as well that we'll talk about a little later in the weed abatement presentation. But that was a chunk of money on top of that. And then finally, equipment. So we'd put in for a few pieces of equipment that we weren't able to get the past couple of years. So we're swinging the bat at the ball again this year, and we're hopeful that it's going to be in there. And so again, that's why we're up a little more than we were. Fire department accomplishments for this year. So we've, for me anyways, and I think overall for the department as well, we've gotten some better staffing now. So we hired a deputy chief and an administrative assistant. And again, you'll hear me mention both of those things in the weed abatement presentation that we're going to be doing, but I'm able to do more work. And I would also say that because I'm able to do more work, in a sense, we're able to spend more money because we're more active, we're training more, we're able to do more things. And as a result of that, we're utilizing more money. On top of that, we submitted several grants and that we're still waiting for. We were key in getting the emergency generator grant for the critical city infrastructure. So it started with trying to get a generator for the fire station, which we don't have. And through discussions with the city manager, it's like, well, why don't we just look at, doing it for all of the important things in the city. And we did that. That, if it's awarded, it'll be worth $1.5 million. We're still waiting to hear on that. We've also, as I mentioned, we've got the resiliency and fire prevention officer grant in there. That's worth over $500,000. I think it's 550. And then tapped into the resiliency officer, we've got a grant in with CAL FIRE for a fuels reduction program along the Salinas River. So if we do get that position, we will accept or encourage the council to accept the fuels reduction program and hopefully prevent some fires up in that area as well. And then we've been working towards some of the bigger things. One of the other things that we did was we obtained a architectural conceptual design for a station addition and a remodel. And I think we'll be talking about that more at the next meeting. But it was a good thing that we did, because we found out that we have some significant deficiencies, particularly in our apparatus bay, that if we don't address and there is an earthquake, it might be a big problem for the city. And then in addition to that, we were able to place a 2,700 gallon water tender in service. That water tender was donated to us. We've put a little bit of money in equipping it and getting our personnel trained. But what that does is that gives us additional ability to take water to scenes. So when we have accidents or big fires on the freeway, or if we respond out of the area, like in the rural area where there's no hydrants, we have a water supply that we can take and be more effective. Next year, well, I guess, Ed, do you click that or do I click it?
Okay, so next year, one of our, and we've got big overarching goals, and I'll try not to drag it on too much, but one of our big things is to harden our fire station and improve its ability to provide service during and after disaster. That's things like getting a generator in there, and I know you've heard me talk about that. We don't have one. And when we get a power outage and there's an emergency, and oftentimes those two things go hand in hand. The power outage is a result of the emergency, and we need to get going. We end up leaving our fire station unsecured, and it's not a good thing. In addition to that, we more and more rely on electronic equipment and batteries. So without a generator, we don't have the ability to continue to charge a lot of that equipment, whether it's radios, rescue equipment, or medical equipment. We need that. In addition to that, we talked about the fire station, but I think it's really important that we take a good, strong look at this fire station, both its current needs and its future needs, and how it will respond during or after disaster. And I think, and not to drone on that too much, but one of the things that it's important to think about is where we're located. If we have a major seismic event and federal resources are sent, they're typically sent first to the major population centers, not to our areas. In addition to that, if there are road failures, it could limit our ability to get our normal mutual aid or automatic aid partners here. And frankly, if we're having trouble, they're having trouble. So we're going to be on our own. And the last thing that we would need would be either a damaged piece of fire equipment because the apparatus bay roof collapsed on it, or we couldn't get it out in time. And often that could mean the difference between stopping a fire that takes the entire downtown or a neighborhood or not. So I just kind of want to throw that out there to you and get you thinking about that as we give you more information in the future. So we'll continue to improve our emergency response capabilities. I sit on the Emergency Medical Care Committee, and we've gotten another one of our firefighters on the MAC committee, which is in charge of overseeing like policies and protocols. And the reason why that's important is it gets us directly involved at the county level in emergency medical services, both with the ambulance and with the emergency medical services that we provide as well. And we're continuing to improve our emergency response. We had our deputy chief here. He could tell you about all the things that he's done to upgrade both our equipment and our training. And then we'll continue to improve our fire prevention and resiliency programs. So we've started some fire prevention. It's not near what it should be, but we do have some programs, and we want to continue to build on that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
So we're not going to make Jesus come back up and do recreation. I think that you'll see the numbers again. Yeah, those are the same numbers. These are my slides, the real simple ones that are white background. Go ahead and move to the next slide there, Ed. Okay, science workshop.
This guy. There you go. Okay. Good evening, City Council. Jose from the Science Workshop. Mine should be relatively quick. Let me see.
We've heard that before.
Yeah. Where are my numbers, Ed? I think I'm skipping a slide now. Let me see. Keep going. I think it's out of place. Let me see. That's the last one. There's only 4. It's not there, huh? I think I remember the numbers roughly well. Our expenses for this fiscal year are going to be around $500,000. And we expect that for next fiscal year, that's going to go up to around $620,000. The one thing that I would emphasize about the Science Workshop is that
We are a small program, but we're a self-sustaining program. We raise most of our funds to contracts and grants. This current year, for example, we're going to be raising a little bit above $500,000 all coming from grants and contracts. These are science workshop staff is in charge of doing all the fundraising. Even though the city does contract with the grant writer, we do not use the services of that grant writer for purposes of the science workshop. That's just another example in which we kind of stay out of the way to make sure that the services that other departments can take advantage of are taken advantage of by them. And we don't really need the grant writers. We know what we're doing, and we can pursue grants related to science education and recreation. And so far, we have been pretty successful. In terms of the increase from to $650,000 roughly, that's mainly as a result of expenses related to the outdoor equity grant. That was a grant that was granted for us for 4 years, roughly $200,000 per year. So those $200,000 are going to be spent on mostly on science workshop stuff, but also some recreation activities, as you just saw in the presentation by Jesus. Some of the key accomplishments, tallying up the numbers, we deliver more than 31,000 science learning experiences in South County. Most of them are here in Greenfield. We repair more than 550 bikes in South Montgomery County. We have started to do trips related to the outdoor equity grant, as you have seen on social media and some of the pictures that I have shared with you. We have also, like I said, generated more than $500,000 in contracts and grants. And recently we received the Excellence in Education Award by the Monterey County School Boards Association. This thing is going backwards again. Okay, here it goes. In terms of the key initiatives for next year, we're looking to revamp our programs, increase our capacity by pursuing more funding and hiring more staff. We're going to start really interesting collaboration with the Exploratorium in San Francisco. This is one of the world renowned hands-on science museums. We have a grant that has been awarded, and we're going to be beginning that work with them this fall. And we're hopefully going to continue to pursue funding from the state to do other activities that we think would be beneficial to Greenfield youth and families. And speaking of the activities, I would encourage all the families, all the youth, if they're looking for something to do this summer, especially something outdoors, follow us on social media or come to the science workshop. This is a short list of the activities that we're going to be offering this summer. We're going camping to Big Sur in June. We're going whale watching at the end of June as well. We're also taking families kayaking on July 15th, and we're taking a group of teens rafting up to Sacramento at the end of July. And these are just some of the activities. We're doing a lot more. Follow us on social media or go to the science workshop to get the full information about everything that we're doing this summer. And just related to the grants, our programs are free. The science workshop programs, they have been free for the last 10 to 12 years. Participation, it's open to anybody, and regardless of how much or how little they participate, all of the programs are offered at no cost to students and families.
Thank you very much.
And just to clarify in between here, what the city pays for related to the science workshop is we pay Jose's salary and his benefits, as well as utilities for the building. Everything else, all his programs, he funds himself to the grants that he and his staff get.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Community Development, Paul Mugen. The first slide depicts some of the basic composition of our department. In the upper right, I've named names of the department because we have a combination of contractors and FTE city employees who conduct our work. Members of the community development department have demonstrated they're very extremely committed to accomplishing the projects that come to the department. You'll notice that when at a high level, what we do, we enforce a lot of rules, basically, in a nutshell, both from the state and the local. And the rules that are very fluid. This year, the city council and our department are very attentive to the ADU laws coming out of Sacramento and our responsibilities to implement them properly. And this also applies to our fee schedule, that our fee schedule is implemented properly. Department does three really important things. Projects, of course, is our bread and butter. This is what we do. The community development believes that we play a very important part in contributing to the growth of the city in a responsible way. The second important thing that we do is, and I struggled to find the right words, as custodians of public purse money. This is not something that we really think about much, but in the last 2 years, $9 million has passed through the hands of employees in our department. $5 million this year, $4 million the previous year. So we're very conscientious to taking care of the public dollars that we take in. And it's very important. And in so doing, we hope that we're giving a competent service to the public. When we're doing that, we're contributing to the health, safety, and welfare to the public, employment, the valuation of property in the city, tax revenues, and strengthening the community character in the city. The second slide talks a little bit about that. There's some photographs and some noteworthy housing projects. The regional housing needs assessment is just one of the things that we do. The city council is well aware of the success that the city has enjoyed with regard to putting both market rate and inclusionary housing in the city. Our numbers reflect the totality of both commercial and housing development in the city. This year, the department is asking for $1.5 million, which is more than what we will spend this fiscal year. We probably are going to land around 1.1 million this year, which is less than what we saw in 21-22. The council might notice that the combination between contractors and city employees plays a large part in how much the department spends. Contractors cost more than city employees, generally speaking. Some of the key initiatives for this department includes completing the housing element this year, which is the start of updating the general plan. The general plan, as the council is well aware, is the city's constitution. Projects. We're duty bound to apply the best practices to all of the projects that come in. When members of the public believe that the city is in a slow growth mode, that tells me that my department is not doing very well in messaging. And so this year, we're dedicated to improving our performance with regard to messaging, what's going on with regard to projects in the community. In that vein, just today, I prepared a 19-page snapshot of the developments that are ongoing in the city. My hope is the city council enjoys just flipping through it because it has project plans and the status of where all the projects are. And there may be typos in it. It's just something that was put together quickly just today. And every day, projects are at very different points in going from an application to final approval. And so we have a big responsibility in communicating with the community and informing them of good things that the department is doing on behalf of the city. Records retention and archiving of documentation is an initiative we hope to accomplish this year. It really means just modernizing our operations. We have many years of paper records. We hope that we can convert to a more digital format and make it easier to respond to such things as public records requests and regular requests when members of the public visit the counter and have questions about various properties. As is always the case in the department, we seek to retain and promote the best-in-class human resources, not only in the department, but in development. We're also very conscientious about who we are doing business with in who is trying to do business in the city. Rather, it's very important. Last, we hope to and plan to engage in an auditing of our financial transactions in our accounts, our deposit accounts, a close eye on our permits, fees, and a close eye on the impact fees that we charge developers. We want to make sure that we're collecting the proper amounts that the city council has directed that our department collect as embodied in the fee schedule. That concludes my comments regarding the community development department. Next, I'll just move on to.
Very good. Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
We'll do questions at the end.
We're kind of separating community development from economic development. So now he's got a short presentation on economic development.
Sorry. I know you want me to get out of here. Economic development speaks for itself. It's an attempt to draw the best commercial entities to the city, create good and strong employment. The council will remember it wasn't very many years ago where the column on the right with our existing businesses that are either entitled, built, or in business today were just goals. The next slide shows what we asked for the next year, which is involves a contract with the professional retail recruiter and developer of the downtowns. Rate of $425,000. We've begun that effort with expending about $20,000 this year. The two photographs really represent, both of these photographs are the Yanks Museum. They represent the difference between the promise in economic development and the reality. On the right is what the city was promised 10 years ago. We don't have a museum quite yet. On the left, we have a couple of roads. Now, the reality is somewhere in the middle. However, we do have a recreational vehicle park that produces approximately $130,000 to $140,000 in TOT taxes per year. It's important for a long, well, we don't need to talk about that. The economic development key accomplishments this year, the department as it stands has done a strong job in exploiting stability. Whenever I get the opportunity to speak to you, the council, I can't amplify enough how important it is our public safety function. When our public safety function is strong, economic developers are much more willing to consider investing their millions of dollars in our community. When public safety is at risk, they will flee and not consider our community. That's a very important thing. This year, we've been able to stabilize our tax receipts in the cannabis industry and in the TOT with the RV park. This year, we had the privilege to support the city manager. It may not be well known, but we were at significant risk of losing two very successful cannabis operators. One flat out went bankrupt, and the city manager and our department supported the city manager's effort to recruit a new tenant. The second location had a change of ownership, which required also very complicated negotiations with the entity to ensure that we could retain the employment and hopefully the tax revenue with new tenants, both involving cannabis. We successfully put together a scope of work for a contract of services with Capital Services Incorporated. It wasn't long ago, Valentine's Day, actually, when I was before the council for a contract for retail analytics and out-of-state commercial recruiter. Unbeknownst to us at the time, the company was imploding in its West Coast operations. The staff that was so attracted to us at the time no longer is with that company, and there are significant disarray. So in a way, we kind of avoided a real problem there. We'll be bringing something new to the council this year. We've been able to address significant issues related to the Chamber of Commerce that was incorporated originally in 2009 and got into significant trouble with the feds and also with the state of California. We are engaged in working out and addressing those issues. Also, I'm pleased to report that the Marriott Hotel is past the entitlement stage and is moving to its building permit stage. This is an accomplishment this year. I'd also like to point out that this is the second hotel project. The first one went bankrupt also, and those developers really are no longer here. It resembled something undesirable in the city. So we've moved on from a bad situation. Also, this specific plan, and are looking forward to welcoming the Marriott Town Place Hotel to the city. I'll skip to number 7, the Yanks acreage and the South Annexation acreage. The city of Greenfield, unlike most jurisdictions, has about 400 acres undeveloped, and so we'll be spending a lot of time exploiting that, working with the community to get to seek out what the community wants to happen with that acreage. It's not insignificant. Initiatives for this year include contracting with Capital Rivers should the city council find them a worthy partner. We intend to take the necessary actions to address numerous nuisance properties that are in the city. Number 4, solidify chamber operations so it's more operational and we don't have tax problems. And also, number 5, develop an economic development strategy. I included that because in 2009, we produced economic development strategy produced by Urban Futures. I'm pleased to report that report is completely obsolete. The city has grown and developed by leaps and bounds from that old antiquated report. And finally, we want to really exploit and maximize the use of our messaging tools, the website, podcasts, and social surveys with the community. And this concludes my remarks regarding community development.
Thank you very much. Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor White and City Council. I don't think I can stay in the 3 to 5 minutes since I'll be talking about 6 different divisions of Public Works. But I'm going to try to keep it simple and quick. The first division we're going to talk about is the Streets Division. So you can see with the financials, there is a steady increase. Fiscal year 21-22 was just over $540,000. Our current estimate for this current fiscal year is just over $572,000. And our budget estimate for fiscal year 23-24 is just shy of $832,000. Keeping in mind that large jump between this fiscal year and next fiscal year is, of course, staffing. We have been very short-staffed, so we haven't had those costs. So our actuals are lower than they would be had we been fully staffed up. So I do want to point that out. So departmental key accomplishments this year, while we completed construction of and accepted the sidewalk and accessible pedestrian and parking project improvements constructed by F. LaDuca. We completed sidewalk grinding on Palm Avenue to provide safe and accessible travel paths for pedestrians. Public Works maintenance staff, they worked around the clock during the 2023 storms to ensure that residents had safe travel pathways. We did repaint all school crossing crosswalks before the school year. This past year, we awarded and commenced the construction of the 2-year street maintenance project, which is currently underway. Mary White brought that up earlier as well. We conducted cleanup of homeless encampments at various locations. We did that multiple times. We have the 90% plans completed for the Walnut Avenue widening and pedestrian plan. And we approved and appropriated funding to design the remainder of the improvements on 12th Street between Oak and Elm. So we have made quite a few accomplishments this year. Those are just the highlighted key items. So I can keep this under 10 minutes. The streets department key initiatives for next fiscal year 23-24 is to purchase a new flag display system and flags on El Camino Real in the downtown core. We actually just I believe it was last week, we received our sample bracket and a sample flag. It's just a flag that they sent to the city to utilize to put up to see if we do like the system. I do believe that the flag has something with the veterans on it. So we will be installing that on Oak and ECR, and we'll post that out and send emails out, put it on social media when that does go up so that everybody can go by and see how they like that particular size flag with those brackets. We are going to design, bid, and award and construct the year 3 pavement maintenance project. So we'll be able to get done with all of our pavement maintenance on our 3-year maintenance program on time. We're going to complete the design of the remainder of the 12th Street improvements between Oak and Elm, bid, award, and commence construction by the end of next fiscal year. And we're going to provide more sidewalk grinding to provide safe and accessible travel paths for pedestrians. A large portion of that is actually funded through our Ambasia insurance services. And so we do add on to that so that we can get a larger amount of the sidewalks ground down. So the Parks Division, excuse me. In fiscal year 21-22, our budget expenditures was just about $485,000. Our current year that has gone up is $587,590. As you can see, the proposed budget for 23-24 rises significantly to just under $910,000. Same scenario as the Streets Division. We didn't have all of our staffing all year, so we didn't expend that funding. But we also have a few other items that we're going to be working on, which are going to cost a little bit of money. So I'm going to go into those for the next fiscal year portions. So the departmental key accomplishments for parks this year is we did complete a playground assessment inspection by certified playground inspectors for all the parks in the city that have playground equipment. At Patriot Park, we did rehabilitate the Little League field and the soccer field, and we added bleacher seating to the basketball courts. And we trapped countless Gophers. This one's for you, Paul. In the Little League fields, I was tempted to go back and actually tally the amount because I do have that number. And we did respond to all the graffiti within the park areas and the skate park. As you know, we became a little bit more aggressive here in the last few months with the graffiti on public property, as in, for instance, the skate park. Having the short staff that we do, we went ahead and would close the skate park until we could remediate that graffiti. We actually were able to take layers of graffiti off this last time. We found a new product that works amazing. And so we were able to just keep going and taking off those layers that we had gone over. And so we did have an incident after that, and but we haven't had any more graffiti. And so we're hoping that it's sending a message to take care of the equipment, and that, you know, the kids they were waiting outside. They were waiting outside, asking questions. Why are you closing it? What's going on? You know, we're not doing anything. We just want to play. So our hopes are to keep that open as much as possible. Departmental key initiatives for parks for next fiscal year 23-24. And this is where a big chunk of that expenditure comes in, is to replace portions of the playground equipment in all the parks that did not pass the certified inspection for this fiscal year that we had done. We had quite a few pieces of playground equipment that we had to remove. They were deemed unsafe. So you'll see or may hear about, oh, there's not a slide anymore. It's blocked off. Why can't we put this back? Why is this tube gone? Why is this blocked off? And those are the reasons are for safety of our community. With the inspections, it was recommended that they needed to be removed and replaced. And so we are looking at replacing all of those parts to the play equipment this next fiscal year. So all the children have a wonderful place to go and enjoy the slides and the swings and the tubes and the whatever else we have at all of our parks. We are also going to draft a park equipment maintenance and replacement program for all parks. That would include just benches, the possibility of barbecue pits, restrooms, play equipment, et cetera. So it's not just what's there, but how can we improve it? So even though it's not going to be the park master plan, it's going to be an internal maintenance plan, but it can include improvements that the community would like to see as well. And we are going to be installing cameras in various park areas. We've had quite a few incidents in a few different parks with restrooms, finding vandalism. And we had one instance where somebody pulled down an American flag and tried to burn it. And so we have a few spots where we're going to be looking at putting up cameras just so, we can stop what's going on out there or help facilitate the reduction of the vandalism. Public Works facilities. That's all of our buildings that we have here within the city. So our current, I'm sorry, let me start over. Fiscal year 21-22, our expenditures were $208,000. Our current year, the estimate is that we will complete out at just over $166,000. And the budget estimate for next fiscal year is just under $339,000. Again, we were slightly short-staffed. Some of the staff is paid out of this account. We had items that we were not able to complete, different capital projects, like the gate at the back parking lot, things of that nature. And we just didn't have the amount of staff to be able to move forward and get those projects done. So a lot of that's being moved over into the next fiscal year. Departmental key accomplishments this year, trying to just highlight the bigger items because there's many, many small items. We get requests all the time to do different maintenance items.
at all the facilities. So the art center, the re-roof completion and the building final occurred this fiscal year. The new windows were installed at the rear of the building. The civic center, backup generator was connected to the server rooms, which was very important. We also had a new and updated alarm control panel installed, and the police department report writing room was converted to a charging station for radios and body cams. So those are more of the higher level items. We did have many small items, like painting offices, cleaning carpets, repairing sheetrock, things like that are just everyday maintenance items. So those do come into this accomplishments as well. For fiscal year 23-24, what happened here? Can you help me out? Eric? Okay, there we are. The art center, okay, we already did that. I apologize. And get back on track here. For fiscal year 23-24, the art center, we are looking at painting the inside and outside of the south side of the building. And we do have some electrical repairs and lighting upgrades on the old jailhouse section. Civic center, we're going to install backup air conditioning units in the server rooms, because once they get to a certain temperature, it will actually alarm us and it can be detrimental to that. So then we come out whatever hour it is and try to reset that and cool it down. The rear parking lot fencing and new gate installation, and the courtyard, which is our maintenance facility. We've actually already ordered new ingress and egress doors, but they aren't going to be here this fiscal year. They're going to be installed next fiscal year. And we're also going to do additional shop lighting installation. Public Works fleet. This is encompassing of not just our public works maintenance vehicles and equipment. This is PD, fire, the rec center, science workshop. So it's actually fleet for the entire city. You can see our expenses for fiscal year 21-22 were just over $134,000. And our current year estimate is $168,500. You see a very large jump for fiscal year 23-24 to $505,000. We actually restructured how fleet the funds are being managed. Everything was being charged to each individual department. So if we were doing an oil change and purchasing oil, that oil was being charged to that particular department. Let's say it was a police vehicle. Then they were actually paying for it out of their fund. So we've actually consolidated all of that from every department into the fleet budget this time. So moving forward, it's going to look like a lot more money, but it's actually just moving that money over from the other departments. Department accomplishments this year for fleet. We did purchase 3 interceptors for the police department. We did lease 2 new trucks for Public Works Maintenance Division through Enterprise. And we inventoried all the antiquated fleet for future auctioning. And if you've been by there, you know that's quite a lot. And these are just highlight items. Our key initiatives for next fiscal year for fleet is to purchase 5 new interceptors for the police department and purchase 6 new vehicles for Public Works, 2 for streets and parks, 2 for public work admin, and 2 for the utilities division. And you see that says purchase, it does not say lease from Enterprise. We, as you know, with the interceptors that we've purchased this year, we're having difficulty obtaining fleet vehicles from Enterprise. So we're starting to move away from that and go back to purchasing. And then we are going to place the antiquated fleet that we inventoried online for public auction. We will likely be using an auction site that it's not a cost to the city. Whoever wins the auction for a particular item pays what they call a premium to this, whichever website you use. And that's how they make their money. It actually is paid for by the purchaser. Now we move to the fun stuff, utilities. So we're going to talk about our water division now. Just had our budget isn't quite finalized on water or on wastewater yet. So we're gonna do our best here for estimate. So our actual expenditures for 21-22 were just above $2.5 million. If you look at our current estimate for 22-23, my first decrease. So, which is actually surprising considering all the work we've been doing. So $2.4 million. We are looking at an added budget estimate for next year. It is going to increase just to over $2.9 million. Again, we haven't been fully staffed all year. We're looking at, or this current fiscal year, we're looking at keeping staff completely full-time and having everybody just move and get all these projects done. As you know, we're making strides with our water division and our water system to make it more user-friendly for the staff and make it easier, do all the repairs, and to ensure that the residents have quality potable water. Key accomplishments this fiscal year, we awarded and executed a contract with XIO for installation of SCADA monitoring at all the well and tank sites. We currently do have equipment from XIO on our lift stations. And so we are going to go ahead and incorporate all the water division side as well. That has not been constructed yet. It likely will not actually be constructed until next fiscal year. We installed chlorine analyzers at all the booster pump sites. So instead of having to thoroughly check every single time the chlorine dosage, we actually have a machine that tells us and records what amounts are going in to the water. So at some point, once we get everything else online, when we get bulk chlorine delivery, when we get the XIO installed, there's going to be a whole component where they're just going to be able to read what it is. So if we don't have staff on a weekend, we aren't necessarily missing anything because it's all right there. And it should reduce the staff costs for overtime as well, since we're streamlining it and going cloud-based. We train staff on proper methods on how to repair water lines this fiscal year. After I came on board and we were doing things improperly. So we did do training on that. Unfortunately, some of that staff is no longer here. So we're going to have to be retraining when we do hire staff. So we will be taking care of that. We train staff on water mathematics and repair of basic equipment at the well sites and sample stations. These are items that the staff wasn't privy to conducting on their own. And so now we've been empowering them and letting them use their skills that they learned while they were studying to become certified operators. And so they're very excited about it. We re-engineered the motor and the pump size for well number 7 following the failure of the motor and the pump. As you know, that well has been down for quite a while. And we actually have the new pump and motor in hand. It's being evaluated by the installer to make sure that everything, all the parts, all the electrical, everything is ready to go before we schedule the actual drop in and start up of that. So I'm hoping that will be done should be done before the end of June. Departmental initiatives for the water division for next fiscal year is to complete the purchase of the property for the Pros new well site. We do have a CIP for a new well, and we are currently in negotiations with the property owner for the purchase of that property. So once we can execute that and we can make the purchase, we will be able to start the design for the new well. We completed the cleaning of the 1.5 million gallon tank. That's the one at the corporation yard. Completed inspection and I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. We're going to commence inspection and cleaning of the 1 million gallon tank once well 7 is back online, which is the 1.5 million gallon, and then implement suggested deficiencies following the inspections. We are going to be hiring and training new staff so they can become certified and bring water line repairs back in-house after appropriate training. Wastewater, save the best for last. So the financial snapshot from 21-22 was about $2.185 million. Our current expense estimate for our current fiscal year is $3 million. As you know, we've had quite a few items that we've had to jump on and take care of so that we can get back into compliance. We are still working towards those. It is really a guessing game because when we start repairing one thing, something else happens that we're not anticipating. And I think the council is aware of what's going on with the wastewater division, and we're not able to completely predict what our budget needs are going to be. We're actually meeting tomorrow to discuss it further, but we have just a preliminary estimate of $3.3 million. That is including, we'd like to have one more full-time position added, and just for the wastewater treatment plant, and that would be a maintenance worker. There is full-time work for a maintenance worker, and we're looking at possibly doing a program where they work as a maintenance worker for a while, and then if they're interested in pursuing their certifications, then we can have a program to move everybody up. And then with the new wastewater plant that will come online in 4 years or so, we will need more staff. So I'm looking at getting approval from council to add that position so we can start adding each year to get to where we need what we need. And this position would also really assist in the day-to-day operation of weed abatement, fence repair, wash down of clarifiers. There's just so many aspects that are out there that it would be extremely useful to have somebody else out there to help. Key accomplishments for this year. The city awarded the contract for the design of the new wastewater treatment plant. We awarded a 4-year contract to clean and video inspect all sewer mains that are over 10 years old. I believe that was last council meeting. This contract will fulfill the requirement of a Riverwatch agreement with the city, and the project will commence this fiscal year. We cleaned and repaired various equipment at the wastewater treatment plant and trained staff on how to do this as well. We hired a soil specialist to make a recommendation on how to obtain better percolation in the rapid infiltration basins at the wastewater treatment plant. We bypassed the Tyler lift station for 3 months, as everybody is aware, while awaiting new motors and pump parts. Repairs should be 100% complete by the end of this fiscal year. And we successfully revamped the squirrel abatement program at the wastewater treatment plant. That sounds minor, but it's actually very important because on the levees, squirrels like to bore, they like to bore holes, and they can bore a hole from the pond to the outside of the levee and cause breach. So it was very important that we got that back online. And we completed full inspections of all sewage lift stations with recommendations for repairs that was completed. I'm still reviewing that to see what we're going to need to do in order to make all those repairs. Key initiatives for next fiscal year for wastewater is to repair all the sewage lift stations based upon the inspections and recommendations that were done this fiscal year. Procure spare motors, pumps, and parts to have on hand. Implement the soil specialist recommendations to obtain better percolation rates, which is remove 2 feet of soil from each rapid infiltration basin. So we would have to dry out a basin and push 2 feet soil to the edge and then move that soil. So it's quite extensive. And we need to get as much as we can get done by, I would say, mid-September, late September at the very least, or at the very latest, because of the rainy season. We don't have much time and we're going to need to do that. A continuation of the CCTV project for year 2 as a result of the year 1 CCTV project. Another project for repair or replacement will be implemented dependent on the video inspection results. So that would become a CIP, but that's an unknown at this time until we have the results of the video inspection. And that is my conclusion.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Nice thing here. Okay, so admin services, I'll do the finance portion. Our budget has moved from 252 to 278 to 448,000. Part of the increase is hiring a new accountant, so that's good, and promoting our accountant to a senior accountant. Next slide, please. One of our key accomplishments is hiring that accountant. And then we also contracted with ClearGov to assist in our transparency. So what ClearGov will do is will allow us to post all of our transactions, financial transactions, on a website that basically is accessible to anybody. So they can take a look at everything that we're doing and do reports and graphs and all those kinds of things. So we contracted with them this year to do that. And we're in the process of providing them information so that they can actually do this. Next slide. Key initiatives for 23-24 is to fully implement ClearGov to provide to the public online transactional report analysis that I just described, online budget book, online capital improvement program, and transparency, telling you everything you need to know about each capital improvement program, and online personnel transparency, which you can get now through the state, but this will be actually in the same place, so that we've got hopefully 100% financial transparency. Train personnel to provide full scope audit prep services and to better serve our internal and external customers. Next slide. Okay, admin services, HR and risk. Nina.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Just wanted to go over some quick slides. Our snapshot for this for 21-22, 131,939. For current year, we are at 167,929, and for next year, 182,028. Accomplishments for this fiscal year. We assisted in filling key positions: Public Works Director, Police Chief, Building Official, Senior Planner. We successfully recruited for the following departments: Public Works, for employees, Community Development, Fire, Police, Recreation, Science Workshop, Community Engagement, and Finance. I know it says 15 plus positions. Keep in mind too that we've also had that turnaround in staff. We did close 3 workers' compensation cases, and we've hosted 2 well-attended job fairs in our council chambers so far this calendar year. Initiatives for next year: recruit and retain quality employees, online education, cybersecurity, and anti-harassment training, minimize workers' compensation cases, employee recognition and appreciation, have more involvement with staff events and things like that. Oops. And that's it. Under 3 minutes, right? Thank you.
Ted?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ed Espinosa, Information Technology. So our numbers for the 2021 is 529. And our current estimate is 602, 573. And the estimate budget for next fiscal year is 760, 325. The increase is due to IT is taking on more tasks, supporting the police department. So we'll be, as I will explain on the next slide, we're gonna be improving our security camera systems. So the key accomplishments for this year was an upgrade to our access control system for the Civic Center, City Hall and Police Department. Also, redundancy and internet connection for most of our city buildings to prevent connectivity loss in case AT&T or Spectrum, they lose connection, as it happened a couple of times in the last year. Also, implementation of the multi-factor authentication, which is a second source of validation that other organizations use, like the banks. We are using it now. The website was upgraded and the social media exposure increased. That will help. That's helping us to keep our residents more informed of what's happening in the city. And the audio system in the chambers was improved. So now the residents can hear us better. For next fiscal year, the initiatives are security cameras phase 2, which is increase the storage capacity of our servers. And also we'll be relocating some cameras where the police department thinks that they are needed the most, and maybe adding more cameras. The art center will need to be connected to provide the recreation department all the tools that they need to run those new programs that they're going to be running out of the art center. Also, the chambers video will be improved, meaning the screens that you have and probably adding more screens for the public. We're going to be working on our cybersecurity strategy, which is going to include more tests to see how, where we are and making improvements based on those results. Also, our payment system will be upgraded, so the residents have the option to use touchless payments like Apple Pay. They have been requesting that option lately. And that's my report.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, staff members, department heads, and everyone else for your presentations. Appreciate it. Council, this is just to kind of let you know we're doing as many things as we possibly can. It was really an introduction to what we've been doing and how much it's going to cost. And I think the next step, after if you guys have questions, that's great. The next step then would be doing a workshop, hopefully latter part of next week, and Anne can contact you to make sure that we can find a good time for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question from council?
Can we ask the questions right now, like to the department heads? Okay, I have some questions. And I'll go back. I'll go from the last person to the first person, I guess. Okay, so Ed, the question about the payment system upgrade. I know at the rec center, they don't, like, you have to pay in cash still, they don't have like a card reader or Apple Pay or anything like that. Is that one of the facilities that will also be upgrading a payment system?
Yes, we're gonna be able to extend the system. And we actually have been already talking about extending the payment option to the recreation department.
Okay,
and that-
perfect.
Yeah.
Because I know that you could do it online. And I think I paid online once and I had the information confused. So when I went to sign up my boys, I put my name in there. And so then they had to correct it and stuff. But yeah, so I think if you're just had the card reader there, it would make it so much easier.
Yeah, and we're also working on an option for a 1-800 number for payments. So the payments can be made over the phone. Yeah.
Okay, alrighty, perfect. That's the only question I had for you.
Maybe if anybody else has questions for Ed while he's up here.
Okay. And then Paul, this one's for you. How much is the ClearGov costing the city?
Yeah, ClearGov will cost around $23,000 a year.
23,000.
Yeah, the main thing for me, I mean, the transparency is a big deal, but it really is the whole budget process. It'll build the budget book. It'll get us not pre-approved, but present a document that can be nationally recognized as this is the way budgets are supposed to be done. And that's something I've been kind of chasing for a number of years. So this would be a good thing.
Okay, thank you. And then for okay, I think this one's for Jamie. There's quite a few. I'm sorry. Okay, so I know we talked about, Public Works as a whole needing people to fill the open positions. So my question is per department, I guess, inside the Public Works, like parks, streets, facilities, water, the wastewater facility. How many are for parks? Like how many open positions are there right now?
So parks and streets are maintenance workers, or it's like a combined effort. We actually have 2 that are onboarding here in the next couple weeks.
Yes, 5 total.
5
that are coming in.
Assistant mechanic.
Yeah.
2
Yeah.
maintenance workers and 2 utility system operators.
So a total of 5 for.
Well, what
for
she's just
parks
talking
and
about
streets.
parks and streets.
Parks and streets.
Yeah,
right?
so
Is
we've
that 5 for parks and
hired.
streets? No, okay, so how many for parks and streets are
We-
open right now?
If everything goes well and they come on and do their onboarding, we will have 1, 2
2 would be still open.
still open,
And how many are in the process of being hired right now?
2
So it would be a total of 4.
currently, yes.
Okay, and then for facilities,
Facilities, we have 1 recent vacancy.
1 vacancy, and then water.
Water, we just extended 2 offers. So they will be coming on board, and then we will be short 1.
So a total of 3.
We have 1 full-time, but he's on light duty.
Okay, so, I see. And that the wastewater.
It's so that I was gonna do the management at the end, because that's it, water and wastewater together.
Okay, so wastewater is with the water, so a total of 3 for both.
Yes, we are fully staffed currently at the wastewater plant,
Okay.
but I am asking for the additional position.
Okay, and then you talked about the park equipment that is unsafe. You guys remove it
Correct.
immediately and close it off or whatever you need to do. Are you letting the public know that? Like when they go and they don't see it, or are you posting anything? At the park,
I
or-
don't believe we posted about it, but we can
Okay.
definitely do so.
But yeah, I think
Yeah.
that would be a good idea if you go ahead and just make a post with a picture, site was deemed unsafe, sorry, community, we had to remove it, but we will be replacing it soon or something to that.
Mhm.
Just so they know we're not just doing these crazy things and not.
I had a couple comments on that to me, actually. too.
Yeah. And then you mentioned the art center getting painted,
Mhm.
right, on the outside. You guys will not be touching the mural, is that, am I?
No,
You guys
No,
will
it'd be
covering-
just a specific wall.
Sorry.
Oh, so you won't be
It's
touching,
outside.
okay.
No.
All right.
And I do want to back up really quick. We do have two other positions. They were in process of filling that kind of are between a lot of the divisions. The Public Works Office Technician. We are going to do an initial testing next week.
Is that for facilities?
It's actually through the general fund.
Through the. okay.
Yes. And then we are currently reviewing applications for the water technician, which has never been
It's a-
advertised or hired before.
It's like a new, brand new position.
No, it's
Oh.
been funded for a couple of years. Yeah, so we're getting it out there and we're in application review for that right now.
Okay. All righty, so there's a good amount of positions that are still needed to be filled. So I think if you can within by the end of the week, get those posted. So they can apply or just let them know, like you could visit the website. That's where they apply, right? Is the Greenfield website, the city of Greenfield website.
Yes.
Just to make it known, hopefully we can fill these positions because I know that it's a lot of work. You know, whether it's streets or parks or the water facilities, I know it's a lot of work. I just want to make sure that we have enough staff to make sure that the parks, the streets are safe for our community. So thank you.
And just to clarify on the operations manager position, we did have open from October through April, and we did not get any applications. So I'll be revisiting the job description.
Okay, all righty. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions?
I just had a question about the timeline on the playground replacement, because it was a little bit vague about the goal for that. What is the goal timeline for replacing all of that and having it?
So for the actual play equipment is to replace it all this fiscal year as one bulk purchase and install at all the different parks. That's different from the actual, like almost like a parks master plan where we're gonna do a maintenance plan going forward, because the maintenance plan will include all the items in the park, not just play equipment.
So by within the next fiscal year, though, it'd be like a whole year away.
Well, it's gonna depend on approval of the budget and then getting the quote from the manufacturer and then seeing the timeline on how long it takes for delivery and install. So right now we're still seeing longer than normal delivery times for parts. So that's an unknown right now.
What about the lighting from parks? Is that gonna change? Because I believe there's solar right now.
I don't think we don't have anything in for this next fiscal year capital project.
Well, we do have lighting improvements for the parks in this current fiscal year. We could probably carry it over. The first step to do that, I believe, we were going to be doing an analysis. I think Doug and or Tony talked about looking at how much light these things are putting out versus how much we need. I'm not sure where we are on that. We can check into that. The current year is funded for, I think, $25,000 or $35,000. But the first thing we need to do was kind of figure out, so how light do we need it? Because lights varies all across the city, and for different reasons, we need different amounts of light. So there was going to be an analysis of the lumens that in particular areas. So we can certainly add that as we go through the budget and talk about additional projects. 25,000 in the budget now. I don't know how far that will go, although the solar lights are not that expensive. But as we found out when we replaced some other ones, sometimes they don't put out enough light.
Well, I can tell you next door to my house is dark. It's dark. You can't see in the park at nighttime. We get a lot of cars parked there. We don't know what's going on unless we call, non-emergency to come out. But it's dark. And a lot of the neighbors don't feel safe getting out of their cars. Some of our neighbors come home, 11 o'clock, midnight. One gentleman comes home 2 o'clock in the morning. And he's been approached to go out there, and so it needs to be well lit. We've had a lot of incidents in our parks and, in the past year or so. I think we should do a better job of that. But as far as the cleanliness of the parks, it's really improved a lot. The park next door to my home is very clean, very, very clean. But we do need a lot more garbage containers.
And that can go to into that maintenance plan. We have quite a few parks. If we wanted to take care of everything at once, which everybody would love to, we can't actually financially do that. So we have to figure out this plan on how we do the replacement program for different things, or like I said, additions of barbecue pits, trash cans, and things of that nature. As far as the lighting goes, I don't believe there's been a study done.
Well, so the lighting issue was brought up in 2020, I believe, right before COVID hit. There was a lot of issues in the park, do you remember? And that's how the conversation started. A lot of things were going on in not well lit areas in the park. So we did bring that up. We had a plan, and then COVID hit. And I think we just kind of put on the back burner and forgot about it. So this is definitely something that I would like to have brought up in the next meeting, which you said would be next week.
Yeah, hopefully next Thursday.
Okay, so lighting has been talked about. It just unfortunately got pushed to the back burner.
Well, I have my own solution. I put up a lot of solar lights, and it looks like Christmas Hill in the nighttime at my home, which illuminates to the park. So until you get those specs, I'm gonna keep putting solar lights up. Much to the dismay of my background.
Right, anything else for Jim?
No, I actually had one for you. I see, lots of increases on numbers, like several $1 million here increases. I know we're targeting to have a balanced budget. Are we going to be able to make that work?
Yes, we should. That was, I think, one of the first things I said is we are working towards a balanced budget. We're not exactly there yet, but we plan to be. The fact that Jamie kept talking about was we're not fully staffed. You do have to remember the first two columns are what we actually spent. It isn't what we budgeted for last year and this year. And a big part of that, unfortunately, is the fact that we have not been fully staffed. Knowing that staffing costs such a large percentage of our entire budget, when we're missing 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 people, that's a big chunk. So the other thing that you won't be able to see just by looking at the numbers we showed you today is that, like in Ed's case, Ed's numbers keep going up. Well, he's an internal service fund. He charges back all of those expenses to the departments that he serves. So as his costs go up, his revenues go up, but they get passed on to the other departments. So you'll see their departments, as his expenses go up, their expenses go up, but there are offsetting revenues for that. What that really means is some of it is, I'm not going to call it artificial, but it's a redistribution. You're not seeing the revenues, but there are revenues associated with some of these expenses. And I mean, as everybody's hopefully looking at the financial reports that we're getting every month, it's a good basic indicator of how you're doing financially is when you're tracking how much cash you have in the bank. And we continually to have an increasing amount of cash in the bank. This month, which is, I think, April, that we're just looking at, we've crossed the $27 million barrier. So what that generally means is, since we basically pay our bills as we incur them, we're not incurring a lot of additional debt. It means that we're paying our bills as they come due, and that basically, since we're constrained by the budget, that we're basically budgeting appropriately, and the revenues that are coming in are enough to meet the expenses. I believe that we'll be able to do that again next year, and we'll be able to show you all those numbers and how they all fit together next Thursday.
Great, thank you. Anything else? Not, it looks like we do have one hand raised there.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hold on one second, please?
Sure.
So because you took a public comment on the previous presentation, I would recommend.
Go ahead.
As well, yeah.
All right, go ahead with your public comment. Thank you.
Hello, you're talking to me, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I just had something for Ed, the technology person, regarding some of the things that I heard. It was that maybe, for example, like the cameras, they plan to do this, do that. I heard a lot of maybes, so I want to make sure that there's no maybes about and that we get, things done, like the street cameras. We also need good audio at the, during our public comments, because sometimes we can't hear. Right now, I'm at bed, written. I cannot, attend the meetings, but sometimes it's kind of hard to hear or understand, what we're talking on Zoom. I'm sorry. So just wanted to go ahead and clarify that. I heard a lot of maybes, so I want to make sure that maybe is a must. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Great, yeah, I think that is the end of public comment. At this point, I think we'll take a 10-minute break here. We've been at it for about 3 hours, so let's come back at 9 o'clock.
That's true. Yeah, so mine was being kind of like never. Nina and Ed are the ones that. I think you might have. Really? I just. Wow.
Back to order, move to city council business, J1, adopt resolution, city council, city of Greenfield approving the garbage collection disposal recycling rates for fiscal year 2023-2024. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Elia Zavala. I'm the Contracts and Grants Analyst for Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, and we are your contract administrators for your franchise agreement with Tri-Cities for garbage collection. Tonight, we are. Next slide. Oh. So tonight we're presenting the fiscal year 2023-24 fee adjustment for Tri-Cities disposal and what that translates to the rates for customers. Tri-Cities has a contractual CPI adjustment this year of 5.3%. And the rates for this coming fiscal year also include Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority pass-through adjustments, which they had an adjustment to their organics processing and AB 939 diversion programs. Consequentially, the city of Greenfield is receiving a slight increase in, or just an additional amount on their franchise fees because due to the different component adjustments. So overall, as an example, a 48-gallon customer rate is increasing 4.59%. And here's just a quick snapshot of some examples of containers for customers and the current cost versus the proposed cost for the next year. I'm going to apologize on the fiscal year description. It's proposed 23-24.
We can't see the bottom of the slide. Ed, are you trying to fix it? Okay, thank you.
It is in our package.
Okay, well, let's see, probably the section that you can't read on the 1 cubic yard bin for customers is going up. The commercial 1 cubic yard bin currently is 197.09 and is going up to 206.65. The 3 cubic yard bin is going from 460 to 482. It's again just a contractual adjustment, a CPI. Every July, Tri-Cities is entitled to a CPI adjustment, and these are the calculations. Staff at the authority and city staff have taken a look at their calculations and find them correct. So this is a formality presented to you just to take a look at the actual numbers. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to answer them.
So all the increases are somewhere between 4 to 5% for all customers.
Yeah, I don't have the average right now with me, but the larger the can, the percentage will increase. But the portion that Tri-Cities is collecting on for their services is a 5.3% on the service fees. The Solid Waste Authority adds to the bill, but it's not, and collected by Tri-Cities, but it's not there.
Okay. Any comments from council?
I just want to say thank you so much for waiting and being here. I know it's been a long time that you've been sitting waiting to present. So just thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
I learned a lot.
All right. Any public comments? Oh.
You see one.
There's one, yeah, B does, okay. Go ahead with the public comment.
Hello?
Go ahead,
I
B.
don't know. Okay, thank you. I don't know if it's the right question to ask right here, but maybe I can get an answer where to call. When are garbage cans replaceable? Mine is falling apart, but yet, you know, I don't know if the person that picks up the garbage cans, you know, reports that to the Tri-Cities or what. So I would like to see where I can get some new cans. Mine are falling apart. And that's one of the reasons that, you know, I like to make this comment. Hopefully I can get an answer where to call or what to do. Thank you.
You can call Tri-Cities Disposal. They're the company that picks up your garbage. They can replace your cart if it's damaged. So if you can give them a call.
All right. Thank you very much. Any comments from council or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion on resolution 2023-65.
So moved, Mayor.
I need a second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much for waiting.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. All right, J2, a resolution of the City Council, City of Greenfield declaring that a nuisance exists in connection with the existence of weeds, hazardous vegetation, growth, and refuse on certain properties within the City of Greenfield and authorizing the city clerk to mail written notices. Staff report, please.
Hey, good evening. I know this is a long one, so what I've done is I've tried to turn this into what you need to know and hopefully answer the question before it's a question. So you'll see that you've got a pretty brutal staff report in front of you, 60 pages. And the reason why we do that is that either before the meeting or after the meeting, if you want to ensure that we have tried to reach out to people and that we have everything documented properly, you can see that we have. So with that being said, we'll move on. And I apologize. I'm not trying to make this any longer, but I did know that we have 2 new council members on tonight. And I wanted to take this opportunity to just give you a little bit of background because I know you haven't been involved in a weed abatement process before. And this is an important decision-making process. Then I figured that you need to have everything available to make an informed decision. So in 2020, staff made a recommendation to the City Council to modify Ordinance 8.16 and in particular, the section that had to do with hazardous vegetation and rubbish. And pretty much what we did was we recommended and the council approved what's best known as a weed abatement ordinance, which are pretty common throughout the state of California. We did add one thing into that language, and we added the term refuse in there too. And the reason for that is it's not uncommon to have a big weed or a big field of weeds, dry weeds with a pile of junk in the middle of it. And obviously both of those things can catch fire and can cause problems. So we want to be able to address those. Pretty much what it means is that this is an ordinance that enables us to prevent a fire. And by ensuring that hazardous combustible vegetation and rubbish are removed. This does apply pretty much during fire season, which for the most part is May through November. But remember, we're in unprecedented times, so sometimes that might mean March. We may never get out of fire season. And when we communicate with the citizens about this, we remind them of that. It's not like a one and done situation where you abate it. It's you need to maintain it while the fire danger is out there. And the reason why we do this, I wanted to throw a couple of pictures up here. The first picture on the lower right-hand side, it is actually a screenshot from Google. And when we first started reaching out to different folks, that's Mercado Camp, but I also had one for 4th and Palm, and I had one for the property over by Los Acetos off of, I think it's 851 Elm in that area, and it connects in between like the Catholic Church and behind that part is county property. Anyways, the point of that is that these were Google Map screenshots of burn scars. And at that particular time that I took that, all three of those areas had those. And those were significant, good size, I mean, acre or more brush fires that are in areas of structures, residential structures and businesses. The other picture that I wanted you to take note of was the picture to the left that's slightly larger. And I put that picture in there because we actually took that picture last year. And that happened actually during a weed abatement process. And it's going to be one of the properties you're going to be talking about again tonight that's off of Pine and Elm. But that particular piece of property had been abated the day before, and it sits adjacent to like a large commercial. I think they do truck repair in there. And what you can kind of see in that picture is some high-rack storage of tires, nylon plastic tanks, and it's covered by tarps that are a little burnt up. And what had happened is somehow a fire started there, and it looked suspicious. But because it had been abated, it didn't really get a chance to take off the way it could have taken off, which could have been a real issue for us. And at this point, I want to remind you that thanks to the council and your support, since you've taken on the fire department as a city department, you've done fantastic things, and we appreciate that. But at the same time, we are a one fire engine, one crew show in town. In our next in, if they're not tied up, are 10 minutes away. So we do everything that we can on the prevention side, and then when we get there, to be very aggressive to minimize it. But if everything's counted against us when we get there, then there's not much we can do about it. So that's why we're here tonight, and that's why we have this ordinance, is to hopefully avoid getting into this situation in the first place. So what's the process of weed abatement? Well, it starts in March typically, and this is your typical weather year. And what we do is we'll go through, and I can say we now, before it was I, what we do is we go through and we make contact with everybody that we sent a first warning letter to the year before. And it's typically in the neighborhood of anywhere from like 55 to 60 people. And it's just reminding them, hey, by the way, it's weed abatement time. Please get your property taken care of by May 1st. And then we'll give them a link to our website. And what we were doing, because this is the 5th year, what we were doing was we were including additional information. But we thought this year we would save the money and refer them to the website. And if you look in your packet, you'll see that there's a list of frequently asked questions, weed abatement standards, as well as a diagram of what to do with large properties that are 3 acres and more and how they can abate those to make them safe without having to mow or disc the entire piece of property. So we start with that. Then in April, we also do a couple of other things. We send out in the water bill. So for those of you that are residents here, which I know all of our council members are, you received in your water bill a flyer reminding everybody that fire season was near to get their property ready. And it's a 2-sided flyer. One side is in English, the other side is in Spanish. And then we also begin inspections, and we'll put some stuff out on social media, and hopefully it got out there. It's not the juiciest, funnest stuff to watch, but what we do is we'll do a video reminding people why it's important. And again, we do that in English and in Spanish. May 1st, and this year, because of your support, I was on time. So this is the earliest I've been able to get to the council with this. And that's remarkable for a couple of reasons. One, if we really want to have a prevention program, we should be preventing and abating these things sooner than later so that we decrease our potential for a fire. The second is, you know, to your credit, because of the staffing help that you've given me, I've been able to do my job more efficiently. And so now I'm actually on time with it. But as a result of that, this is the 5th year. And, you know, as you look at implementing a program within a community, it's a change, right? So we've tried to do things gradually, but I'm earlier this year than I have been in the past. So there's more properties that you're going to be deciding on taking the first step in this process than you have in the past. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get into this, what that really means, but that is something worth mentioning. On May 1st, we sent out those letters and we were on time. We were ready to go. They happened the morning we got there. Megan had them stamped and ready to go so that we gave everybody as much warning as we possibly could. May 10th, we went and we sent out, we continue to do inspections, and we have a list, we call it a naughty list and a nice list, and we check them off. And as we go through that, those that were still out of compliance, we sent a second courtesy letter to. And basically in that letter, the point of it is, hey, please remember to do this. But if you don't, there's going to be a meeting tonight at this date and this time. And if you want to be able to have the opportunity to put in any public comment on your behalf, you've got that opportunity to do that. May 23rd, which is tonight, what happens is staff comes to the council and with a recommendation for declaring properties a public nuisance, which is the first piece of taking action in the weed abatement process. And basically, what that means is that you are officially saying that, hey, this needs to be taken care of. And we'll go out there and we're all ready to go. If you look at my office, we've got the tags and we got the letters ready to go. We'll go out to properties. We'll post a little sign on it where we can. There's some properties that if it's just an open field and there's no fence or something like that, or obviously we don't want to use a staple gun and damage anybody's property. We're considerate with that. We'll post where we can, but we send out a certified letter as well, and we get it out there as soon as possible. And basically what that advises them is that they need to abate the hazards on their property. If they have any questions, they can contact us. And if they don't, the next step in this process is ordering the fire chief to abate the hazard on the property, which means that we then will enter the property and with a contractor, we'll take care of the hazards. And June 14th, we have it set up that it begins that next day or as soon as we can get it going, and we will work with the contractor. We'll triage properties, the ones that we think are the most hazardous, and trying to get those done as soon as possible or earlier in the process. So here's some stuff that's important for you to know. The first thing I want you to know is that this is not the city going out there pointing fingers at people, trying to penalize people. We don't want to do anything. In fact, there's other ways we'd rather spend our time. But at the same time, we want to prevent hazards. Okay. With that in mind, anytime during this process, once it gets abated, they're good to go. And we don't, this isn't like they're going to get a fine or they're going to be penalized in any way, right up until the very moment that we show up. If they take care of it, they take care of it. It's a done deal. We don't, we're on to the next property. We consider it over. The ordinance is designed for cost recovery. So what that means is that this is not a fine where the city collects money or makes money on this. This is designed for cost recovery. So we invoice the property owner for what we are charged from the contractor, and then we will add a $300 administrative fee to that, just because by the time it gets to that point, there have been multiple certified letters. There's been multiple things mailed out to them, and there have been several trips made. So, and I really don't think that is probably true to the cost when you consider employee hourly time and what it really costs. I think it's on the light side. Then the other thing I want to throw out there is that try as we do our very best to contact property owners, but sometimes we just don't get them. They change. And that happened. We actually had one of the properties that's on here tonight. We spoke with the gentleman this morning. I said, well, you know, we're still going to be going through this with your property, but you know, you take care of it any time. But they had changed hands. It was one of the cannabis companies that had, through an acquisition, went from one to another, and the information that's available through the county assessor wasn't accurate. So we update as we can, but we don't always get in touch with folks, although we do our best to do that. The last thing I want to mention is that in the past 4 years, and I'm just dreading saying this because I know I'm asking Murphy to rain down on me, but we haven't had what I would consider a significant vegetation fire within the city. Now, I'm not counting 101, okay, because that's really outside and that's kind of a different story. But within the city, we haven't had one that an acre, I would even say a half an acre or larger within 4 years, and that's because of this program. All right. So what does the nuisance declaration mean? Well, pretty much, I think we've described this already. And that's just an example of like tagging the property. That was actually out at the site where that little fire was off of Pine. And we take pictures of before and after. We include that in the invoice. I think there's a copy of the invoice, or no, there'll be a copy in the invoice in the next staff report for properties that aren't abated after the nuisance declaration. But again, we go out every day. Sorry. This is why the police department's new tower is important. That's an example of how sometimes I don't get the information that we need. And we will, okay. So right now we actually have a veg fire 101 in Walnut Avenue. So I know that's we'll monitor and we'll listen. Yeah.
You should have not done that, would you?
Yeah. But I said in the city, so yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So anyways, we continued to inspect throughout the process. Then at some point we'll come back June 13th. So June 13th would be the next process in this. So for those folks that haven't abated it, and again, when we do interact with members of the public, we do everything that we can to make it positive and friendly and let them know this isn't about, you know, trying to tell you what to do or how to manage your property. But at the same time, you are a member of our community and we need you to keep your property maintained in a safe way. For those that don't do it, then we'll be back here June 13th. Now, our ordinance requires 14 days notification. So from the time that the order is done until the time that the council can actually order the fire chief to enter the property is 14 days, but this is actually 20 days. So we try and time it out so that we for sure have enough time in there. And then what we'll do is after we abate, we'll send an invoice to the property owner. And last year we sent one and we got one back. The gentleman that I talked to this morning, I sent him his from last year and he says he's going to pay it. So maybe we'll get that back. But if they don't, then we will work with the city clerk. And I think it's before August, we submit information to the county so that there's a lien on their property so that there's cost recovery with this. So again, and I can say this as a citizen myself, I don't think it's right that we should have to subsidize other people for maintaining their property. With that, are there any questions on this? Okay, there's one last thing here I just wanted to show you.
Jim, we did have one question.
She has a question.
Oh, okay.
You said something about contractors. What contractor do you use?
We use a, they're called Zabala and Sons, and they're out of the Salinas area. And they're kind of like a ag / do it all. They have large tractors and mowers, and they'll do weed whacking and the whole bit. And I'll tell you, we were lucky to find them. We went out when we first started doing this. Initially, we thought we'd be able to get Public Works to do it. Public Works was like, no, we don't have the capacity to do it. So we went out and tried to get people to do it. And we contacted everyone we could. We got zero response. How I actually came across them is they were hired by one of the cannabis companies. And I saw them out there and I said, hey, you guys, would you be interested in doing this for us? And they've been reliable. Was that enough of an answer for you? Probably more.
What about people's backyards?
Well, okay, so that's a great question. We don't, the way that the laws and the ordinances and codes are written is, this is the United States of America, and, we don't take ladders and peek over into people's yards and try and find things. And in fact, it even gets a little sketchy in situations because now we've got Google Earth and you can satellite things. Now, if I come across it and I can see it from the road, then yeah, I can do something about it. And I'm working on a piece of property where their back is exposed, that there's no fence and the alley's right there, and it's something that we need to deal with. And then there's another one where I can see from the street back in there. And so the answer to your question is really two parts. One, yeah, it would be ideal to get them to reduce the fire hazard there in their backyard as well. But at the same time, we have to do it the right way.
But you do send out the flyers that do remind the households to take care of their weeds, the fires in the water bill. So,
and typically, if there's a problem in the back, there's a problem in the front. And so those folks will get it. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to show you here is this is an area called Tangent, Oregon. And I don't know if you're familiar with Oregon, but it's not too far off of the California border, just before you get to the city of Medford. And in September of 2020, they had an unusual occurrence. So if you look at the picture on the right-hand side, that's another Google Earth shot. And you're going to see, I know it's kind of small, but you see I-5 running north and south. And then you see like a major road in there that's running through the town of, it's not Tangent, Talent, Oregon. Tangent's a little further up north, but there's a riverbed that's in there. And slightly south of there, you can still see it. This is a current screenshot, but you can still see it, the burn scar in there. There's some green, but you can still see it. And what happened is they got a wind-driven fire. And the reason why I picked this is because they're a community similar to us. They're about the same size, and resources for help are about the same distance away. They got that fire in that riverbed and it just blew north, and it was the perfect storm situation, obviously. But you can see on the left-hand side, that's one of the, it's like a retired manufactured home community, took the entire thing out. But if you were to go onto Google Earth and you were to expand it, it actually took out a couple of those, and it went up into town, took out a hotel, took out a Rite Aid, took out a few homes, and drove through there not too long after it. And I got off because I wanted to check it out. But you could literally see where they decided they were going to stop it. And I'm sure that, they called Medford Fire Department and they said, hey, this is where you're going to be at. And this is the line. And it pretty much stopped right there. But until that happened, it was moving forward. And then it continued to burn through the night because it was burning neighborhoods. And there's I'm not trying to be Mr. Doom and Gloom. My job is to do everything that I can to prevent something like that from happening here. And I'm not saying that even doing this will prevent it, but it's certainly a progressive step in trying to avoid it. And that's what we want to do. So with that, there's a recommended proposed motion for you. Should you agree with this if you don't have any additional questions?
I have kind of a question, comment, I guess. I absolutely agree with this being a, great program and asking people to take care of their own properties and stuff. But the people that I think of are like people like my grandpa that have dementia. His lawn got out of control and he thankfully had family that could help him, but not everybody does. And so I'm not,
we'll work with people.
yeah. So I'm just like,
and we, we've done this enough time. We have an idea. And in fact, there was a property that is usually abated, hadn't been abated. And I saw this individual's name as an obituary. So we were kind of waiting for it. And we're going to try and find a way to reach out to the family if we could and say, hey, so this isn't about, we don't want to put anybody in a position, and we'll do everything we can to help them find a way. And in other communities I've worked, you go to churches and ask them to help. Sometimes there's like senior citizen assistance organizations that you can go to. And so we would do that. We don't.
but I know like school's out and most students have done like their community hours, but even like if there was a way to identify which of these people would qualify for some kind of help to actually just, get a team to go and help them.
Yeah.
Because it's, they have limitations and can't necessarily comply. That's just what I wanted to ask about. Because, if somebody already has a situation that's out of control, they're not even able to comply with this order for abatement. And then you throw on that, you're putting on a lien on their home for $1,500 because they didn't comply. Like, just for us to do whatever we can to identify those folks that just don't have the resources or the ability at that time to take care of it, that we can try to help in some way.
What I would ask you to do as a council member is to first and foremost tell the community that the fire department sees themselves as a neighbor. So, a good neighbor. And with that in mind, if you know of something, or when you're communicating with people, have them give us a call. We don't want to put a person in a bad position. We'll deal with it if it's not being dealt other ways. So we'll find a way to avoid that. We're not going to do that if we know about it.
Yes, yeah, that's what I think I just wanted that message out there that we absolutely want to help it from getting to that point, which you explained very well, so just to reiterate that.
All right. Any other questions from council?
No, I just have a comment. I want to thank you for being so proactive when it comes to this. I'm sure there has been a lot that, not a lot, but there has been things that could have possibly happened within the last few years. But you being so proactive and on this, I think you're establishing a good pattern for the years to come, as far as like us having, like what's happening on 101 and Walnut right now. So I just want to thank you and your team, because I know that it has been you in the past and now you have your help, and so now we're gonna be able to like nip it in the butt quicker, I guess. But thanks. It means a lot that you give so much to our community.
I appreciate that. But you realize now you've just double jinxed me.
Okay, so knock on wood. Right. I don't have it.
Looks like we do have one public comment here.
Hello, this is Beatriz Diaz.
Go ahead.
I just want to go ahead and thank our chief, Langberg. He's doing an awesome job. As far as, residents, the question that was asked about the residents, I think each resident here in our city of Greenfield, with all the information that Chief Langberg, you know, puts on the water bills, et cetera, he's doing an awesome job. And my thing is that each resident should take their own responsibility. If you care for your own life and if you care for your residents, if your house burns, you're definitely going to take another house. I know that the fire department is quick, but some fires with the wind and all that, it's a lot quicker. And I just wanted to go ahead and thank, Chief Langberg. I don't know how many people did not comply last year, but I don't know how much more I can say to thank Mr. Langberg, because he's doing an awesome job.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Bree.
Mhm.
All right. If there's no other questions from council, I'll entertain a motion on resolution 2023-66.
I'll move to approve, Mayor.
Need a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Thank you very much. Do we need to pass a resolution to go past 10? We're getting close.
Well, just, you can take a vote, pass this.
Take a vote.
Whatever point you like.
Hopefully we'll get through it, but we got a closed session, so we don't know.
Okay. So I just do a motion to,
Just move to extend.
Move to-
I'll move to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
I need a second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. All right, J3. Resolution City Council, City of Greenfield adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2023-24 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act.
Good evening, Mayor White, City Council members. A little bit of background on SB1. In April of 2017, the governor signed Senate Bill 1, also known as the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. And beginning in November 1st, 2017, the state controller would begin to deposit funds generated from increased fuel tax and vehicle registration fees into the newly created road maintenance and rehabilitation account. There's 4 sources of revenue for that account: a 12-cent per gallon gasoline excise tax, a 20-cent per gallon diesel excise tax, and those were both implemented in November 1st, 2017. January 1st of 2018, a vehicle registration surcharge, and in January 1st, 2020, $100 per year zero emission vehicle registration surcharge. So a portion of the RMRA funds will be distributed annually to eligible cities and counties for basic road maintenance, rehabilitation, and critical safety projects on local streets and road systems. The distribution will be made using the same formula that applies to the existing base 18-cent per gallon excise tax. Sorry, that should say 20. The city's estimated projected revenue of RMRA funding for fiscal year 23-24 is $485,357. The city has been receiving this funding since fiscal year 17-18 and has continuously done projects and completed projects for that. I'm just going to highlight this past year, our current fiscal year's project. We completed the pedestrian, bicycle, safety, and accessible parking project improvements. That included the accessible parking on El Camino Real downtown, crosswalk safety improvements, sidewalk repairs, infill sidewalk improvements, pedestrian and bicycle signage, and legends and other pedestrian bicycle safety improvements at a local school, which was at near Cesar Chavez Elementary. And of course, the administrative costs and staff related costs for public works employees assigned to the streets division of providing the local street maintenance repairs. In addition to an approved project list, the guidelines state that all projects proposed to receive funding shall be included in agencies' adopted budgets. The fiscal year 23-24 improvement and maintenance projects have been identified in the CIP program budget. So we do have 3 projects we've identified that are funded in part or solely by the RMRA funding for next year. The first project, it's not really a project, it's more of maintenance and repair. It's funding for street maintenance crews and associated staff assigned to the streets division and providing local road maintenance and repair. So, filling potholes, things of that nature, doing some sidewalk repairs. And then project number 2 is Walnut Avenue pedestrian and bicycle improvements. That continues to move forward, and the city's going to utilize some of this funding to get that design complete. And then project number 3 is the recommended school safety enhancements from the Traffic Safety Committee and TAMC. So we'll be doing pedestrian bicycle safety improvements at local schools, and we'll include items from focus safety studies, which we did have the studies from the TAMC that we're going on those recommendations. So the estimated fiscal year 23-24 annual revenue, again, is approximately $485,357 from SB1. This amount will be included in the revenues for fiscal year 23-24 and will be added as a funding source for these identified CIP project improvements. And these monies will augment general fund, gas tax, Measure X funds for indicated maintenance and improvement projects. So my recommendation is that the city council consider approval of a resolution adopting the fiscal year 23-24 list of projects funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act.
Thank you very much. Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll move to council comments, review and action. Any council comments?
I have one, and I think I did see it. I just want to clarify it. For the project number 2, the Walnut Avenue pedestrian and bicycle improvements, is that going to only be on the northern side, or is it going to be on both the north and the south side?
So it's actually, there's two separate designs occurring at once. This one, and I apologize, I get them confused. Tony's on. Tony, I'm not sure if you know the answer to that. The Walnut Avenue pedestrian and bicycle improvements, I believe it's on the school side.
It's on the school side?
Yes.
Only?
For that particular design.
Okay. Do we have any future plans to do the opposite side on the side of the like shopping center?
Yes, it's a combined effort, and I know we brought it to council previously with an exhibit. So there's private development and then augmentation with the city doing the improvements for the pedestrian way up to the on and off ramps.
In the packet, it does show west side of US 101 and
west.
east side of 101.
So it's both, right?
It's probably.
They
have 2 different names, but we're treating them as one. So there's been kind of some name changing going back and forth between the 2.
So it's on page 186 of the,
86 of ours.
Yeah, the exhibit is showing just the east side. Should show. Yeah, they're the 2 I get on.
so it's gonna be on the opposite side of the bridge. Oh, no, there's the west and then the east. Okay, got it.
The
Okay.
success up pages there.
Yeah, this was like the last of it, so I was already like done. I'm like, I'm so tired of reading everything.
Yeah, these 2 projects, they actually have different names, and I try to combine them together. But it gets confusing at this time of night.
I had a quick comment too. That project, that is supposed to be done in the next fiscal year, right? That's supposed to be done by
June. Next
2024.
June.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion on that item.
I'll move to approve, Mayor.
Right, I need a second.
Second.
Then moved in second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. J4, resolution, city council, city of Greenfield to extend the agreement with Fluid Resource Management, the Greenfield wastewater treatment plant for a period not to exceed 7 months and 250,000.
Yes. Good evening again. So the history on this from the new council members, we actually entered into a contract in January of 2022 with Fluid Resources Management for wastewater plant management services. The intent had been to improve plant efficiency, efficacy, and better train staff. The council has approved multiple contract extensions since January 2022, the most recent on September 13th of 2022. That agreement was extended for another 6 months in order to train and improve the plant's performance. After a year and 3 months, under contract with our FRM, the results have been excellent and will continue to improve with the proper guidance and training of staff. Staff from the Central Coast Water Board did come out and inspect the wastewater treatment plant last June. And we're pleased to see the amount of progress we made while noting a few items that needed attention, some of which have been completed. The city has been without a utilities operation manager since early August of 2022. And FRM was contracted on August 5th, 2022 to apply to be the city's CPO of the wastewater treatment plant and continue with training staff and improvement to the plant's performance on a full-time basis. The utilities operation manager vacancy was advertised on various outlets from October 2022 through April of 2023. And the human resources did not receive any inquiries or applications. The job description is going to be re-reviewed and revised as necessary to attract interest. Staff anticipates this to be complete by the end of June with advertising commencing in July of 2023. With the 2023 winter storms, the wastewater treatment plant was overwhelmed with excess water, and FRM and city staff were able to manage the treatment and infiltration plan by adding temporary spray fields over the rapid infiltration basins, utilizing existing irrigation pipe that was staged at the wastewater treatment plant. While this was a violation of the city's permit, the state, the water board was agreeable to the temporary measure for the city to get back into compliance. The city continues to utilize the temporary spray fields to evaporate as much treated wastewater as possible. FRM has and continues to be essential in the success of conducting mechanical repairs to the wastewater treatment plant and pond, as well as being innovative with day-to-day and long-term processes. Staff is recommending the extension of the agreement with FRM, including a slight rate increase due to the fiscal year change for a period and cost not to exceed 7 months and $250,000. The extension would date back to March 1st, 2023 and conclude no later than September 28th of 2023. During this time, staff will draft, advertise, and review submittals of a request for qualifications for both wastewater operations, management services, and management services of the city's public water system, both of which will include proper certifications that are required by the state to run both systems. For the budgeting in fiscal year, the funding for fiscal year 22-23 of $125,000 will be from the existing wastewater division budget. And the funding for fiscal year 23-24 of the $125,000 will be captured through the budgeting process.
All right, any public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it to council for comments. Any comments on this item?
Okay, so I have a question.
Sure.
So back in September, we extended another 6 months, right?
Yes.
So that would have been up in March?
Yes,
correct?
the end of February.
The end of February, and then did we extend again?
We did not. I am behind on getting it done.
Oh, okay.
And they
so-
were aware they were without a contract.
Okay. So, I know you've been doing like 6 months at a time. So why 7 months for this one?
So I looked at the length of time where I thought where we could actually get the RFQ drafted, advertised and reviewed. And considering we've already spanned a few months,
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that we did have the adequate amount of time to get that done so that if when we do review an award and it's to another contractor, there might be overlap. So we could tell them the processes that we've been doing.
Would this be back dating to March?
Yes.
That's what you're saying, okay.
Mhm.
So. Okay, do you believe you'll use the whole 7 months?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm assuming that I will, which is not a great statement, not an answer. But just trying to get all these drafted, reviewed and out to contractors is gonna take a little bit of time.
Okay, and when are you guys posting the operations manager again?
So I need to look at that and revise it,
Mm-hmm.
which I will do in June. Because we'll have to go through a few different iterations and then I will go over it with City Manager Wood. And our HR representative, which is
So do
Nina,
you have like estimated time, like mid-June, end of June?
just and by the end of June, and that's what I put in here that I would want to advertise at the beginning of July.
Beginning of July,
Yeah,
okay.
if I can get it done sooner, I will.
Okay.
I know, city manager and I have talked about this. I know we've had this position open for a long time. We haven't had much activity on it. Is this something we need to look at our pay schedule or offer some kind of bonus situation, try to find somebody to fill this position because contractors are expensive. So I mean, that's costing us money in the long run. So.
City Manager Wood and I have actually discussed, a hiring bonus. The difficulty with getting this position filled is actually the required certifications, since it's over water and wastewater. It's not typical that you find somebody at that level that has both. They usually pick one, either go wastewater or water. So it is difficult. That is difficult to find. Certified operators that are up at that higher level are, they're retiring. There's not a lot of, it just keeps dwindling. And so we're all vying for the same people. We did advertise in different avenues, CWEA, APWA. I blast it to wherever I can. And so it is difficult. Yeah.
Is this a position we may need to split at some point or?
I think probably at some point, yes.
Okay.
I don't know when that is though.
Yeah, that's been
It's
discussed as
just,
well.
these contracts get expensive after a while, so
Mhm.
need to see them get coming
Yeah.
back, so.
Well, and then is this something that we could possibly, like in-house and just train, like have our person certified that's already working for the city, like?
We
you
are
know,
working on a program. I have been talking to internal staff and talking about future pathways and promoting, and there are some steps in between. And so we are looking at doing that. Yes.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion on resolution 2023-68.
Move to adopt.
Need a second?
I'll second.
Then moved and second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now going to K1, closed session.
Yeah, City Council will discuss one item in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. They will discuss a conference with labor negotiators. The agency's representative is the city manager and the employee organization is the Greenfield Police Sergeants Association.
Thank you very much. session. There is nothing to report from closed session. We'll move to the city attorney report.
Yeah, I did want to provide just a little bit of information to the city council in light of Councilmember Antolan's resignation. We will put this on the agenda, so tonight we won't be discussing, but I did want to provide a little information so that you don't all have to just kind of wonder what next. So it'll be a similar process to what you did when you appointed Councilmember Rodriguez, but a little bit different because Councilmember Antolan is from a particular district. So either the elected replacement or the appointed replacement will have to reside in District 1. And also because her seat is not currently vacant, she will participate in the selection or deciding to go to an election of the replacement council member. She's made her resignation effective upon appointment of or election of a new council member. So that's going to be something that's a little different from the previous process. So what I anticipate is that at the next council meeting, I'll present to you your options. You'll decide how to proceed. At that meeting, you may be able to choose somebody if that's how you so choose, but it may require a second meeting. As you recall from your last appointment, it did take a series of meetings to first decide how you're going to proceed and then to actually take those steps. So I'm just setting those expectations that it could potentially take longer than just the one meeting.
Okay.
So that may require some special meetings or however you decide to proceed. And then the other point I wanted to make, because I think that it's important, is that a city council can not be made up of a majority of appointed members. And so if you do appoint Councilmember Antolan's seat and there does arise a third vacancy before the next election, that vacancy will have to go to an election.
Okay.
So that's just something for you to, I don't know if that you necessarily need to consider it, but it's just something to know in advance if that should happen. That's all I had.
All right, thank you. City manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I wanted to bring up was, I think, so thank you for sitting through the presentations by the department heads. I thought it was really important that you get a full scope of what we're doing. So I think the next budget step would be a budget workshop. Anne will poll you for availability. I'm thinking that it's maybe Thursday, June 1st, which is next Thursday, week from 2 days from now. Might be 2 hours, might be 3 hours. We'll come with certainly many more numbers and what staff is considering to be important CIP projects. So
It's like a
that's all I've got.
workshop or?
It's a workshop. It'll be a workshop.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Not a special meeting.
No, be a workshop. Obviously, we want the public involved. We want it to be a discussion back and forth and all that good stuff. That's it for me.
But it will be a special meeting from the perspective that it'll be agendized and noticed. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. As we come upon Memorial Day, I'm going to close this meeting in honor of our veterans in the community. Meeting's adjourned.